esteemed colleagues and guests, partners in child protection, and honored guests, both in chambers as well as online. It is once again a privilege to welcome you to the Western Cape Provincial Parliament as we continue this crucial multi-stakeholder engagement on child protection. So today marks the second day of our dedicated effort to strengthen the safety nets and to support systems for our children across the province. So last week, Friday, on the 27th of June, we were gathered in this very chamber to set in motion what has become a very deeply meaningful dialogue. We heard hard truths, the lived experiences of our children, the systemic gaps that place them at risk, and the urgent need for integrated, decisive action. I want to express my sincere appreciation to each of you who participated on Friday and for the candid and often sobering insights that we as a committee has received. And I think I can speak for the committee when I say what stood out powerfully was the collective acknowledgement that protecting our children cannot be the work of government alone. It demands the concerted efforts of every sector that was represented on Friday, as well as today. We will have inputs and presentations today from Social Development, Western Cape Department of Social Development, Education, Health and Safety, as also human rights, non-profit organizations, and critically our communities themselves. Today, we build on the foundation that we have laid. Colleagues, I do urge you to please engage robustly, but constructively. So also today, let us sharpen our efforts. As mentioned to the committee on Friday, due to the time constraints, and we as we've done on Friday as well, we do not cut off on any presentation. So that normally takes us well into time. So the committee itself will not have an opportunity for deliberations afterwards in terms of our resolutions and recommendations. I have submitted a request to the Chief Whip, subsequently the Programming Authority, for us to continue that engagement virtually tomorrow morning from 8 o'clock until 10, and we have received approval to do so. And thank you so much, honorable members. I know it's your constituency period. Thank you for taking the time. We are now going to deal with introductions. My name is Wendy Kaiser-Philander, and I'm the chairperson for this committee. Members in chambers.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Benedicte van Minnen. I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister and visitors. I'm Donita Stevens, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Nontutuzelo Ntutumtwana from Ilita Labantu.
Morning, colleagues. I'm Anelisa Mlagalaga, a social worker from an organization that fights against violence over children and women in Gugulethu, Ilita Labantu as well. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable members. I'm Brigadier Tansi from South African Police Services, attached to family violence, child protection, and sexual offences unit. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Andre Pitter from Scalabrini Centre in Cape Town.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Elnary Turk. I'm from the Life Matters Foundation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jessica. I'm from UNISA and I'm a student.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members and everyone in the building. I'm very happy to be here today. I'm Linda Jones, representing Mitchells Plain CPF, as well as the SAFE platform of Mitchells Plain.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members and guests. My name is Cameron Seister, and I'm representing the Western Cape Commissioner for Children.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Peter Nieuwoud, Director, Stelcare, Stellenbosch. We serve the Metro East and Cape Winelands area.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Shireen Lucas. I'm the Program Manager for Childcare and Protection at the Provincial Office. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Najwa Talib, Provincial DSD. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Timbikile Kwakwini from Social Development. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, all present. I'm Vanita Thompson with the Department of Health and Wellness, specifically forensic pathology and clinical forensic medicine.
Morning, Chair and honourable members. Charles Jordan, Chief Director for Children, Families and Vulnerable Groups, Social Development.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Shlaine Latang. I'm from UCT Children's Institute and I'm a senior researcher.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members and Minister. I am Tandi Wessels and I'm a paediatrician representing Stellenbosch University as well as Metro East. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and everybody here today. My name is Jacques Lont and I'm the Minister for Social Development in the Western Cape.
Good morning, Chairperson and honourable members. I'm Robert MacDonald, Head of Department for Social Development, Western Cape.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Ignatius Upriya from the Director of Inclusive Education and Specialised Support Services in Western Cape Education Department.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can see me. I'm signing. I'm a deaf person. My name is Jabbar Mohammed. I'm the Provincial Director for DEFSA Western Cape. We work with any person who's deaf, whether it's children, adults, and adolescents, and all the persons. Our interpreters are Onati and Lizeka. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and honourable members. I'm Penny Whitaker and I'm from Cape Town Child Welfare Society.
Thank you very much. We are moving online. Members online, please introduce yourselves.
Morning's Chair, morning's members, morning's guests. My name is Francois. I'm part of Social Development Committee.
Good morning, Chairperson, everyone else. I'm Aisha Kasim, I'm a member of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members online, any other members online?
Good morning, Chair. Leona Goosen, Chief Director, Social Welfare and Restorative Services, Department of Social Development.
Thank you very much. Any other officials online, please, or stakeholders?
Stakeholder, hi, I'm Cindy Daines. I'm a lecturer at the University of Cape Town. We presented on Friday on the SWIFT study, specifically Parent Tech South Africa. Thank you.
If there's any other officials or stakeholders online, you may proceed. I do not see any further indication. That brings us to our business of the day. Honourable members and colleagues, we will then provide the following entities with a 30-minute presentation. Don't be too concerned if yours is a bit longer than 30 minutes. We are more than happy to proceed in that fashion. And that presentation will be followed by a 15-minute plenary session or discussion after the presentation. For the first session this morning, we will have a briefing by the Department of Social Development on the child protection services and the challenges faced in the province. We will also have input by the South African Human Rights Commission. We will have input by the Office of the Western Cape Children's Commissioner. And we will also have input by Stelcare on the challenges faced by children in the province. After those 4 inputs or presentations, we will then have a question and answer session. We will have a quick leg stretch. After then, we will have a briefing by the Department of Health and Wellness on the mental health cases, trauma support services, and forensic pathology services, specifically addressing death cases involving children in the province. After which we will have input by the Western Cape Education Department. And after the department, we will have input by the Police Oversight and Community Safety Department. Then members will then, and all present, have a lunch break. After the lunch break, we will have a plenary session. And if there's any other comments, inputs by the different stakeholders, we will address that. And we anticipate to conclude our session today 2:30 or at the latest 2:45. And as mentioned, the committee will then reconvene tomorrow morning, God willing. So thank you very much, Minister Lund. I think I'm going to give you an opportunity to make some opening remarks, the HOD, Dr. McDonald, if you have any, and then you may proceed with the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. And once again, good morning to everybody here. And also just want to thank you for your indulgence, allowing us to present today. Mr. Tembekile Kwakwini will be leading the presentation today. I'm also quite glad that you have some of our NGO partners that presented last week and also this week as well, because we cannot do this alone. We need the assistance from our partners in government in the Western Cape, but also nationally, because quite often when there's cracks that appear, it is when it's those referral pathways that sometimes happen. But I'm not going to belabor the point. I know you ran over time a bit on Friday, and we're going to do our best to make sure that you stick to time. So thank you so much, and over to HOD.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and thank you to the Minister as well for his leadership on the session. I don't think I need to add anything else. He's covered us, so I'll hand over to Mr. Kwakwini to deliver the presentation, if that's in order.
Thank you very much, Dr. McDonald. I just need to determine, thank you so much for the presentation. We have received it well in advance. I'm sure members had the opportunity to peruse it. Is there any changes to the presentation, or is it still as is, as we've shown? Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honourable members. Honourable members, we are looking at what the Department of Social Development is doing and the services they provide and the challenges that the department is facing and the recommendations that helps us to deal with all those challenges. The Department of Social Development is still working on 4 levels of intervention, and that means awareness, prevention, early intervention, statutory and reunification services to children and their families through its regional offices and partnerships with the designated child protection organizations. These are DCPOs or NPOs that partners with the department. All this is done in line with Children's Act number 38 of 2005. When we talk about awareness as a level of intervention, these are educational information programs targeting children, parents, caregivers, families, and communities with a focus on strengthening resilience in children and families to prevent child abuse, neglect, exploitation, trafficking, gender-based violence, and teenage pregnancies. It also includes parental responsibilities and rights, completing Forms 22s and Form 23s, and reporting on child abuse, neglect, exploitation. All this is, we continue to do this in terms of Children's Act number 38 of 2005, always guided by that act. When we talk early interventions or early, we call it PEI, early intervention programs. These are programs that are most of the time presented or rendered by our DCPOs. Again, these are NPOs that partners with the Department of Social Development, and they render quite a large number of interventions and programs, which includes parenting skills training, life skills programs for children and youth, therapeutic and developmental services. Number of them: anti-bullying, teenage pregnancy, behavior modification, social relief programs. We have SFF rendering that service. Eye on Community, which previously known as Eye on the Child by Stell Care, and this was previously rendered by a Child Welfare Society. Boy and Girl Child Program, gender-based violence, safety and risk assessment, core package of services for at-risk children and their families in the community, programs targeting children at risk and children with risky behavior. And then on a statutory level, we render services by doing investigations of child abuse, neglect, and exploitation, alternative care placements to temporal care, safe care, foster care, cluster foster care, and adoption. And mediation services are also rendered under this level. Parenting plans, also foster care supervision services, support groups for foster parents, support groups for foster children. And then on a reunification level, which is another area or service that seeks to reunify. It's about reunification. These are support services that assist children and families to maintain their level of reconnection with their families or communities of origin. And that includes reunification, family reunification services, transitional care, exit programs for children in alternative care who are 15 or 16 and older. And then you have aftercare services to these children who have been reunified into the care of their biological parents. And when you look at alternative care, we have levels of care. And at level 1, that's where we talk about adoption services, foster care services, parental care with supervision. And then when we talk about level 2, those are NPOs that renders services, and we call them child youth care centers. And then level 3, secure care for children with behavior that cannot be managed. And they need to be in these institutional facilities. Level 4, these are secure care for children placed in terms of the Child Justice Act. And then you have your special child and youth care centers, which renders services for the assessment and substance abuse and disability. When you talk adoption services, which I've mentioned earlier as part of level 1, adoption services in the Western Cape are rendered by NGO or the NGO sector, which I've earlier mentioned them as DCPOs, designated child protection organizations. These are private adoption practitioners, and this service is not necessarily rendered by our own service, which is DSD, but we partner with these organizations. DCPOs and private adoption practitioners are accredited national DSD to render adoption services nationally or internationally. These are inter-country adoptions that we're talking about. These funded DCPOs in the Western Cape are rendering adoption services nationally. These organizations are SFF, PADISA, WANDISA, ABA, Cape Town Child Welfare, and NOSA. WANDISA and ABA and NOSA are actually accredited to render not just locally, but they are accredited to render international country adoption services. And they have working agreement with specific countries, namely USA, Netherlands, Finland, Sweden, France. I think in your presentation, I've changed that one to Germany. Apologies, Chairperson. That's the changes that were made. It's just that country is Germany instead of Norway. Aftercare services are rendered to adoptive families, adoptive child and biological parents. Tracing of biological families forms part of this adoption services. And the program, which is now Child Protection Program within the department, it forms part of the Western Cape Adoption Coalition that meets quarterly with all adoption role players. And then we also attend adoption and ISS national DSD, or let me rather say the program, which is now a Child Protection Program, attends adoption and ISS coordinators forum, which meets twice a year. When we talk about international services or social services, this is these are services that seeks to assist children within the country and outside the country. It is a global federation of social welfare agencies organized through Geneva-based non-profit general secretariat. It advances human rights and protection through advocacy and cross-border casework services, without regards for racial, religious, and political affiliation. The shared mission of these of its members agencies is advanced through its collective respect for social values and cultural richness of many peoples it serves. Unlike in other countries, for South Africa, the Department of Social Development is deemed to be the affiliated bureau for all care cases requiring ISS intervention, that is International Social Service Intervention. The program is responsible for coordinating ISS services in the Western Cape, and all requests are sent to National DSD via the Child Protection Program, who is the ISS correspondent for South Africa. ISS is rendering quite a number of services, as I've mentioned. I will go through some of the services that it renders for children. Repatriation for children from Western Cape to their countries of origin, of families in other countries. They involved when we're rendering services to unaccompanied and separated migrant children, abducted and missing children, home study reports, home welfare checks, alleged child abuse and neglect, custody, documentations. This documentation obtained official documents. They assist in obtaining official documents, birth certificate, death certificate, educational certificate, visas, passports, and so on, or advise individuals on how to obtain documents of their own. They also involved in family mediation, family reunification, guardianship, alternative placement, migration settlement, assist migrants with information, counseling, support, or referrals in relation to settlement needs. Also, parental responsibilities, re-establishment of contact. That means locate and encourage contact among interested and consenting parties who do not meet the usual ISS family category defined elsewhere, but whose compelling personal circumstances warrant a special exemption. Involved with refugee and asylum seekers, they provide support, assistance, refugee and asylum seekers. Refugee settlement, assist refugee with information, counseling, support, referrals in relation to settlement needs. Tracing and reunification. The program conducted children, that is now Children and Families Program or Child Protection Program, conducted children on the move training in the province during the financial year 2023, focusing on guidelines on ISS procedures. So there's a capacity building that is taking place. Standard operating procedures for tracing, reunification, or alternative care placement of unaccompanied and separated children in South Africa, and guidelines on unaccompanied and separated migrant children. Training is planned for the second and third quarter for this financial year, 2025-2026. And as we earlier indicated, we also attend coordinators forum twice a year and attends quarterly National Steering Committee meeting on unaccompanied and separated migrant children. Now, the common challenges that we face in rendering services to children, especially the DCPOs, there's a lot of rotation of social service practitioners within funded designated child care and protection organization, lack of supervision to social services practitioners, lack of temporal safe care parents and foster parents, lack of services for children with disruptive behaviors, insufficient trauma-informed care services and specialist therapeutic interventions, safety of staff when conducting home visits and programs, especially in hotspot areas. We have been experiencing quite a number of hijackings, if you want to add on this one. Availability of placement in child and youth care centers, services and facilities for children with special needs. And there's been a rise, if you look as from 2021 financial year to this financial year, we see a rise in child abuse, which is something that needs our attention. If you were to see and look at this graph properly, you will probably see that when it comes to especially sexual abuse and neglect, that this is on the rise, and which calls for us to continue to work together, which calls for us to collaborate and work together intersectorally to ensure that we render services to children. We have also identified systematic gaps, which is funding limitations affecting sustainability and quality of NPOs-led child protection programs. We have identified these, but we have recommendations and doing something to actually deal with these challenges. And one of them is enhancing coordination and strengthening child protection services by ensuring that we strengthen coordination and partnerships, strengthen provincial and regional child protection forums. We have child protection forums on a regional level and on a provincial level that are taking place where we work collaboratively to strengthen intersectoral collaboration and strengthen intergovernmental collaboration. We're beginning to work very close with Department of Education, Department of Health, SEPS, and we want to ensure that we strengthen our relationship with other departments, especially the Department of Home Affairs. We work very close with SASA as well. That is just to mention a few. One of the things that we do is to invest in capacity building on social service practitioners in implementing child protection legislation, increase investment in trauma-informed care training for all children, for all child protection stakeholders, rendering supervision services to social service practitioners as per supervision framework of 2012, capacity building on the provisions of Child Act amendments and regulations, training on mediations and guardianships, training on standard operating procedures, guidelines, norms and standards, and practice guidelines for the Children's Act Information Guide on the management of statutory services, and National Child Care and Protection Policy, which enhances the implementation of Children's Act. Capacity building also on the utilization of child protection register web-based system, which is an online capturing and tracking Form 22s and Form 23s. We also intend to, and we actually increase access and inclusion by improving access to therapeutic services and mental health care for children and families, strengthen transitional support programs for youth aging out of care. That is now independent living skills, providing independent living skills, bursaries, and job placements for these children. Promote prevention and awareness, scale up parenting programs, support child protection awareness programs, 365 days child protection, promote reporting of child neglect and exploitation. And we render foster care services, ladies and gentlemen. And in our rendering of foster care services, we are aware, I can report that currently within the Western Cape, we have a number of children in foster care, which is over 42,000. To be exact, is 42,568. And we also have number of children in cluster foster care, which is about 314. And altogether, number of children that are in foster care is 42,882. And if you look there at our presentation, this is the breakdown according to our regions within the Western Cape. As you can see, we have Metro North, Metro South, Metro East, Cape Winelands, Eden Karoo, and those are the numbers that we have actually outlined there. Number of social workers dedicated to render foster care supervision services are 316. And we have number of number of children subjected to Section 159 orders, and which is about 27,573 of these children. You might be asking, what do we mean by Section 159? This is the one that deals with the removal of children. This is a section that deals with the removal of children to the temporal safe care. It outlines the processes and conditions under which child can be temporarily removed from home and be placed in a safe environment pending further investigation or court order. And we also have number of children subjected to Section 186 orders, which is about 11,639. And this section deals with the placement of children in foster care. It also outlines the processes and requirements for granting and extending long-term foster care orders. And we also have number of children subjected to Section 176 notices. That's about 3,670 of these children. And that section deals with the parental rights and responsibilities regarding care and contact of child and the child's financial maintenance. Cluster foster care, we have number of designated cluster foster care organizations. We have that is 7 of those organizations. We have number of cluster foster care schemes, 12 of them. And we have number of cluster foster care homes, 64, and number of cluster foster care parents, 120, number of children in cluster foster care, which is 314. And the challenges that are mainly experienced, especially around foster care unit, there's a high turnover of staff there in designated child care protection organizations, high foster care caseload of social workers, challenges with some courts in the delay of issuing court orders. We still have a situation where the different interpretations and the implementation of Children's Act by the different magistrate courts challenges in tracing birth parents. We also have a challenge on foster parents failing to inform social workers when they move houses. The delay of issuing birth certificates by the Department of Home Affairs. Issues of safety and crime, again, is a problem in the community, and it poses challenges to social workers who render foster care supervision services to children in alternative care. This is just to share the number of social workers that we have in the Western Cape. And we have social work managers out there, 19 of them. And we have social workers, social work supervisors, 95. These are social work supervisors that are part of the Department of Social Development. And we number of social workers, 624. A number of auxiliary workers, 237. And then, as we have mentioned, that we also partner with organizations that render services, the DCPOs, the NPOs that are rendering services out there. When you look at the foster care, we have supervisors that are funded by the department, one social work supervisor, one that is 18 social workers, and 11 auxiliary workers. And the child protection unit is actually funding 6 social work managers, 74 social work supervisors, 494 social workers, and 256 auxiliary workers. And those are the totals that is now between foster care, those that are funded to render foster care services and child protection. And if you add all these social workers and managers that is now funded ones and the DCPOs, you have 25 social work managers, 170 social work supervisors, and 1,136 social workers, and 504 auxiliary workers. And this is the amount that the department is, allocating to ensure that services to children are rendered. I'm just going to take your attention to the total. The number of funded NPOs altogether is 169, and we are allocating over 372 million to these organizations. This is how we're trying to ensure that we make resources available to provide services to children. And when you look at challenges that we experience within the department without the DCPOs now, that is not, without the organizations, within there is high level of violence and abuse, which require a responsible within 24 to 28 hours with follow-ups twice a week, emergency risk, challenges on safety of staff in hotspots. This seems to be a big challenge everywhere within the DCPO sector and within our DSD. Insufficient funding for safety parents, insufficient safety for foster parents, understanding of child protection programs, staff establishment not aligned with norms and standards, high administrative burden, high caseload results in staff burnout and high staff turnover, insufficient placement opportunities for children with disabilities. We also have rural areas. There is long distance traveling that must take place within these rural areas. Shortage of social workers, especially in rural areas. Limited court capacity, that is slow processing of child protection cases, specifically in rural areas. Limited mental health services in rural areas. Lack of public awareness and education due to shortage of funding. Limited substance abuse treatment centers for children. Insufficient placement opportunities for children between 13 and 18. Limited exit strategy and safety placement for orphans, for orphan children exiting child and youth care centers. Reunification services are difficult due to distance of placement of children in child and youth care centers. No child and youth care centers in Central Karoo currently. Unavailability of office accommodation in certain areas, which makes it difficult for clients to access services. That is now Del Philippi and other areas. Let me pause there and hand over now to my Chief Director, Liana Hosen, who will take us through when it comes to trafficking, especially around the restorative services of adult victims and of tracking trafficking and their children. Yes.
Thank you, TK. Thank you. I
Just
want
one
you to
moment, just one moment, Ms. Gosen.
Yes.
Mr. Kwakini, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson.
We will then obviously involve yours together with Ms. Goosen, is she the only other
Yes.
presentation? Social development. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you.
Sure.
Tika, you can
Thank
go
you.
straight to slide 36. I think we take up a lot of time currently. A victim of slide 36, Tika. A victim of child trafficking, an adult, do have children, and therefore we can't do this presentation 36 PK without indicating the effect of gender-based violence also on children. First of all, most of the children that are with parents of gender-based violence experience a deprivation from educational opportunities. The reason is that the mother frequently have to leave the house or go into alternative care, alternative safe spaces, and the child moves with the parent. Then it's the inhumane living conditions, wherever they are staying with and are exposed to violence. It affects their diet, hygiene, beatings, physical abuse, and healthcare. The psychological challenges regarding trauma, separation, and often they are also the victims of sexual abuse, and that result into adverse behavioral outcomes regarding attachment, mistrust, and antisocial. Then we also take to slide 38.
Okay.
38. Foreign and trafficking children is also prevalent in South Africa, and a lot of that children end up in our child and youth care centers. The next slide. In terms of foreign nationalities, we found in the past financial year, 43 children of foreign nationalities were accommodated in our level 2 centers. 8 of those were successfully repatriated, and Lawrence House, through the Scalabrini advocacy team, is assisting us a lot with accommodating these children. Next slide. Then trafficking children, we have a bed space for 11 trafficked children who needs alternative care within a CYCC. And we admitted 10 during the last year. Most of them are accommodated in level 2, and I'm going to refer to level 2 again, which TK already referred to. In level 2 care, but one child exited the program, and the Hawks are actively involved in that matter. It was by own choice, and then one girl had to be moved to a secure care due to behavioral challenges for abscondment and then being in the hands of the trafficker again. This then brings me to the Child and Youth Care Center services. Next slide, Tika. Delivered by the Department of Social Development, just taking us again through the levels of care. Alternative care regarding NPO CYCCs is on level 2. That is our CYCCs rendering services in the communities where they are situated. So the center is within a community. Then we have secure care for children with behavioral challenges, and then also secure care for children in conflict with the law. And then we have specialist centers, assessment, substance treatment, and for disability. Next slide. Just a summative overview. The Directorate Facility Management renders services within 9 DSD-owned centers, of which 6 is secure care. 1 is an assessment center. 1 is for persons with profound disability. And then, as you've seen with the regional challenges of access of children to substance treatment, we have changed 1 adult treatment center into a CYCC or substance treatment program for children to accommodate that need. Then we have 55 NPO CYCCs. 49 organizations render that, and of that 55, 4 is specialists for profoundly disabled children, 5 is specialists for children below the age of 4 years, and at this stage I want to say we want to reduce that because we don't believe that a child must be in an institution, but rather must be in foster care. and the rest is then integrated into full service centers, which is then a center across the life space of a child. And then we have our centralized management, which is then we've moved away from the regional model into a centralized management model where all children are admitted from a central point. Quality assurance is done from a central point. All the court-ordered administration is done from a central point. And we also have the professional specialist services like nurses, occupational therapists, social work supervision, and so forth, done from a central point. Next slide. This is just going through what we are doing within that model in terms of the different levels. I'm not going to go into discuss it. The presentation can be made available to all participants. Next slide. And next slide. Okay. The functioning of the hub, as we told before, is then focusing on the centralized management of our own centers to a huge extent. And we have 9 DSD-owned centers. And then we also have an emergency response team. As you know, with secure care, it is high-risk work. So we do have a specialist team that can respond to that until the police or other law enforcement agencies can take over. Slide 47. Okay, just 47. Just in overview, last night 3,618, and that was last night when we submitted the presentation. Slept in beds in residential care for children in the Western Cape. 480 of those children is in our own centers due to behavior challenges that involves due to involvement in gangs, mental health challenges, substance use disorder, criminal matters that have been diverted to children's court, gender identification challenges, and profound mental disability. 806 children in our own centers is there due to criminal behavior, and 2,332 is in NPO CYCCs, which is our level 2 centers. 170 children in our current care receive psychiatric treatment, mostly for behavior or linked to behavior, and 24 of those are diagnosed with disruptive behavior. And we work together with the Department of Health and Education with that children. Next slide. In terms of our strengths, definitely our biggest strength was moving children from a regional model to a centralized management and operational model with centralized administration and admissions. All children in alternative residential care is therefore centrally managed and cannot get lost in the system. We also then have specialist services by specialist staff. As an essential, it's also an essential service which allows for child protection in case of a strike. Currently, those negotiations is ongoing because some part of that essential services will be allowed to strike. And we are in discussions with the unions. Then we also have multi-program centers, which allows for a spread of this service across the province. For instance, in George, our center there, in terms of own services, render services to level 3 and 4 and specialist programs. And we don't have to build 3 separate centers for that service. Then we have the specialist centers to respond to, first of all, the assessment of children, and then also the specific need for profound disability and substance treatment. We lead the industry that in terms of being a mentor for other provinces, and also in terms of our model of operation that to some extent are now adapted into other provinces across the country. Not specifically as is, but to what their accounting officers are allowed. Our quality assurance and the review of registration for us is now a combined process instead of a separate process necessitating separate resources. We also move to standardization. So what's a rule in the one center is a rule and a norms and standard in the other center. So there's not conflicting standards across our centers. Of course, there's nuances in terms of the specific client that we serve. Then there has been a substantial upgrade in terms of infrastructure. I would say we're about 60% there with partnership with the Department of Infrastructure. We are compliant to national and international standards. Our budget have incrementally increased since 2013 due to active advocating to the Department of Treasury. Then we also introduced the early release policy and a focus on integration, which is the only one currently in South Africa, and are actively being objected against on a national level. But we found that reintegration and giving a child an early release in terms of his sentence is actively working in our benefit. We also have an online and in-person training academy or training model that we are rolling out. And our incident management is highly regulated, and it's assisted by our emergency response team. In terms of challenges, our demand exceeds the available bed space. To that regard, we've expanded our own infrastructure with 240 beds. Currently, there is a newly built center in progress, which is called Siakatala, with 160 new bed spaces. 2 new centers for 2025. Just got confirmation over the weekend that Padisa will, on the Andrew Murray CYCC, will open for us a center in Maritzburg. And then we have already entered into agreement for a center in Khayelitsha, which is a step-down center. So both will be for this year already. We have seen an increase in safety parents on a regional basis, which then address our lesser demand for bed space. Cluster foster care with specialist disability houses have really assisted. Preventative services in terms of the parenting programs that TK informed you about in terms of the regions and the DCPOs also limited the demand. Our ROAR assessment center ensures the correct placement of children, of which 70% do return to a previous level of care. Aftercare by probation services officers and caseworkers have been enhanced. The review panels for placement moving into more restrictive care have assisted in limiting that and be a good gatekeeper for children not to be moving into restrictive care, but only as a last resort. And then we've also, for the past 4 years, successfully introduced MDT panels for difficult to manage cases, where caseworkers from own services and DCPOs can present their difficult to manage cases with our multidisciplinary team, which consists of all the specialists. And next page. Then suitable qualified human resources. The requirement of the SA Council for Social Services professionals do currently pose a challenge. We are in consultation with them in terms of that, because there's limited resources for training to acquire that registration. We are planning to consult on our own with the Institutes of Higher Learning in the Western Cape. In terms of safety, our own centers has high-risk residents, which is a daily reminder that we are experiencing safety issues, and therefore our operational model is highly restrictive. And I think the Children's Commissioner will say that we are too focused on security, but it's necessary in order to create a conducive environment for development to take place. Child and staff violence do occur, and unfortunately, on the other way around, staff and child violence do occur, but we deal with that decisively, and therefore we have dismissed year to date 27 staff members. To address that, our multi-stakeholder steering committee for children with behavioral challenges do assist in managing children with contact disorder. Our enhanced infrastructure and training of staff assist in addressing staff need for tools how to deal with this. And then in terms of our vehicles in addressing hijacking, we've removed signage and we have a no drop off in high risk areas. We only drop off staff on the outside perimeter of that areas. In terms of financial sustainability, our NPO CYCs do struggle to keep up with cost of living and staffing salaries. Own services, it's a high risk service that is more expensive. The high cost of maintenance and infrastructure provision is also a challenge. In terms of mitigation, the NPO CYCs over the past 5 years have continuously received year-on-year increases, and we have provided extra funding for health and safety. NPO CYCs that specializes in caring with children for profound disability get a higher subsidy than the other care needs, because that also needs their costing of staffing for that need is also higher. And then in terms of own services, there has been a year-on-year allocation by Treasury to address the infrastructure maintenance needs. Then unmitigated financial challenges, funding of full staffing structure of these own centers is not currently possible, but there is a year-on-year improvement. So we incrementally improve funding of the whole structure. And then the new build Siakatala, which are to be completed in 2027, the funding of staffing and goods and services. Currently, there's a 40 million shortfall, but this is on our agenda for negotiations with the Department of Treasury. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Goosen. Honorable members and guests, we are going to move to the next presentation. Do we have Commissioner Kwenana? You are here. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here this morning. You may proceed. And that's from the South African Human Rights Commission. Thank you. Commissioner, you can give us an indication when you're ready. You need any ICT assistance?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. I'm not sure if my presentation is showing. On my side, it is.
My apologies, Commissioner. Can I just ask that you just delay your input for a minute? We just need to check what echo is on the system. Are you ready to present, Commissioner?
Chair, I am ready, except I'm not able to project my presentation.
We've requested ICT to come and have a look why there's an echo. So we will just wait on them to come. Perhaps we can, I wonder if that will be the same when it comes to the Western Cape Children Commissioner's Office. Can you try your mic, please? The same from your side as well. Sure. Then we will have to wait for ICT. Can I ask that we suspend proceedings until 10:15? You're welcome to take a leg stretch. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. 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 There's 50% truth in what you're saying. On London. On the Lambda, definitely. On social work, that area does not have enough work. So that's why London was concerned. Felicia was concerned because we were already doing 90% of that work. Why would we need something done in we already doing 100%? We've got the resources on hijackings, on safe. So that was to save a lot of risk. That was managed.
All members, we will reconvene in 2 minutes.
Check 1 2 testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? We are still in the process of sorting out the ICT issue. I'm going to ask that we adjourn for a tea break and return to chambers 11:15. Thank you.
Testing 1 2 1 2.
One, two, three.
Don't tell him.
Behave act like I'm doing something.
Yes. Testing 1 2.
Yeah.
On iPhone.
You can also. Yes.
Thank you so much.
The cameraman is very distracted.
Yes, we are working. We are working.
Members and guests, thank you. We will now reconvene our session. I will immediately go give over to Commissioner Kwenana of the South African Human Rights Commission.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner, my apologies. Before you proceed, can I please remind all honorable members and guests online to please mute yourself and remain muted. If you wish to give input or comment or question, I will give you an opportunity after we've concluded with the session. But if there is in the meantime a point that you want to raise, please don't just switch on your mic. Please raise your hand first and I will then acknowledge you. Thank you very much, Commissioner. You may proceed.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. Indeed, I am a commissioner in the Human Rights Commission. I'm going to do a presentation. I am with my team, the provincial manager who's seated on my left-hand side at the back, Madam Zina Naya. And I'm also with my research advisor, Mr. Lindo Mdabe, as well as Temi, who is in the advocacy unit, Temi Kata at just behind me. My presentation is going to outline the purpose of the briefing itself, a little bit about our mandate, legal and policy framework, and the statistics and the case lines with regard to Cape Town, Homestead, as well as Calabrini, which has already been mentioned by the previous presenter. The purpose of the briefing is for the South African Human Rights Commission to brief the Standing Committee on Social Development from the Western Cape Provincial Parliament on the challenges faced by children in the province. The Human Rights Commission aims to provide an assessment of systemic gaps in child protection. Much of contribution by the South African Human Rights Commission is based on two reports. The report titled The Review of Equity and Child Rights, the South African Human Rights Commission, and the United Nations Children's Emergency Fund, which is commonly known as the UNICEF, partnered in a project to monitor the rights of children on the move in South Africa. As part of this initiative, the Human Rights Commission Children's Rights Unit conducted several inter-provincial monitoring visits to achieve this. The commission is established, and maybe I'm preaching to the convicted because in any event, this is Parliament, but we are established in terms of 181(1)(b) of the Constitution, and the powers are found there at 184. And our functions are as follows: to promote respect for human rights and the culture thereof, to promote the protection, development, and attainment of human rights, as well as to monitor and assess the observance of human rights in the Republic. The Human Rights Commission has powers to investigate and report on observance of human rights, to take steps to secure appropriate redress where human rights have been violated, carry out research, and educate. The South African Human Rights Commission is a national human rights institution in terms of Paris principles. And it is important to just mention that we have the 8 status currently as this national NHRI in the country, which is something that most countries really would love to achieve, but I can tell you that we are doing very well as this institution. The South African Human Rights Commission conducted monitoring of NGOs and discovered that the issues are systemic in nature. The monitoring visits are inquisitorial in nature and are based on observations and interviews conducted by Human Rights Commission provincial officers. NGOs give evidence to the Commission's monitors. A report is then produced at the end of the process. These submissions are based on the Commission's monitoring activities. There is legal and policy framework as well as statistics that I would like to refer to. Internationally, the UN Convention on Rights of the Child, particularly Article 1, states that a child means every human being below the age of 18 years, unless and under the law applicable to the child.
Commissioner, my apologies again for interrupting you. I just have a request from the sign language interpreters to kindly just raise your voice. They find it a bit difficult to hear you. Thank you very much. Or perhaps just move a bit forward into the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will try, and I thought I was doing so well today. The UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, Article 1, states that a child means every human being below the age of 18 years, unless under the law applicable to the child, majority is attained earlier. Regional law, African Charter on Rights and Welfare of the Child, it is at Article 2, which states that a child means every human being below the age of 18, whereas in our Constitution, similarly, it is at Section 28, subsection 3, a child means a person under the age of 18. And those of us who come from a long time ago remember that at a certain point, it was it was 21 years. Those are the stats, but I would not really go so much into them because as you can see, currently it's 2022, and those are the figures for Western Cape. And of course, we have been able to then identify what South Africa looks like currently. The legal and policy framework and statistics, as it continues, particularly with regard to 20.9 million children that live in South Africa. An estimated 62 million people live in SA as of the 2022 year. A third of them, over 20 million, were children under the age of 18. 1 in every 5 children does not live with either their biological parents, and approximately 64% of all orphans in South Africa are paternal orphans rather. An orphan is defined as a child under the age of 18, as I've already said, whose mother or father or both biological parents have died, including those whose living status is reported as unknown, but excluding those whose living status is unspecified. Approximately 75% of paternal orphans in South Africa live with their mothers. A maternal orphan is a child whose mother has died, but whose father is alive, while a paternal orphan is a child whose father has died, but whose mother is alive. Paternal orphans are more likely than maternal orphans to be living with their remaining parent. Less than 0.5% of children live in a child-only household. A child-only household is defined as a household where all members are under 18 years of age. Less than 1% of children live in child-only household. Again, there I'm just reflecting the statistics, and I will not go into detail with regard to say. As I've already mentioned, some of the legal framework that we are relying on is the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. And when we look at Article 20, subsection 1, 2, and 3, a child temporary or permanently deprived of his or her family environment or in whose own best interest cannot be allowed to remain in the environment shall be entitled to special protection assistance provided by the state. 2, states parties shall, in accordance with their national laws, ensure alternative care for such a child. 3, such care could include inter alia, foster placement, adoption, or, if necessary, placement in suitable institutions for care of the children. When considering solutions, due regard shall be paid to desirability of continuity in child's upbringing and child's ethnic, religious, cultural, and linguistic background. In terms of our Constitution, South Africa, Section 28, subsection 1, every child has the right to appropriate alternative care when removed from family environment. And I am happy to just mention that I was present when my colleague presented from DSD, and amongst others, I could hear that they are dwelling into the fact that it is important to retain that family environment for the child. And it looks like that is what is being done, which as Human Rights Commissioner, I'm sure it's a certain point we'll continue to monitor once more. The new amendment of the Children's Act is that the Children's Court can now adjudicate on issues relating to an unaccompanied or separated migrant child or a child who is an asylum seeker or refugee as contemplated in Refugees Act 1998, number 130 rather, section 45I or rather J, capital A of the Children's Act. Article 34 states that state parties undertake to protect their child from all forms of sexual exploitation and sexual abuse. And of course, South Africa, it is important that we also echo the same sentiments, and this is why in our constitution as well, this does find expression in Section 28, subsection 1, which states that every child has the right, particularly at D, to be protected from maltreatment, neglect, abuse, or degradation. On the 3rd of February 2023, Children's Rights Unit engaged in consultation with Cape Town Homestead for Street Children to monitor the situation of children on the move in Cape Town. So it is a non-governmental organization that facilitates several rehabilitative programs in response to the plight of children on the move who live, work, and beg on the street in the Western Cape. The meeting was conducted at Mowbray Homestead with the social worker, program manager, child and youth care worker, and a sample of children who are currently under care and protection of Mowbray and Kailicha Homestead. The Cape Town Homestead is one of several drop-in centers in the Western Cape. The center works in collaboration with child and youth care centers in Cape Town and operates its own children's home, which accommodates 25 children. It was noted that the organization also serves as an alternative option for children who cannot be placed in other children's homes, such as Lawrence homes, due to lack of capacity. The homestead manager indicated that only 11 children have birth certificates, 7 children do not have birth certificates, 45 are South African nationals, and 3 are refugee children without refugee status. Children are required to fill in a placement form when they first arrive at the reception desk detailing their biographical information and place of origin. The information is then captured and verified by social workers on duty, and the children are recorded in the system and allocated to their respective rooms in the dormitories of the facilities. It was indicated that the organization currently has 19 children on its database, all of whom are boys. It was indicated that once children have settled into the home, a medical examination is conducted and the children are provided with the necessary toiletries, medication, and clothing that they may need. It was indicated that the homestead currently cares for unaccompanied, abandoned, and refugee migrant children between the ages 15 and 21. The methodologies employed in this regard is premised on catering to the daily routine of each child according to their specific needs. It was indicated that the daily care and the treatment practice implemented facilities for children to have flexibility and autonomy over their daily routine and schedule. There is therefore no specific care and treatment program that applies to children. The general structure is that children wake up during their preferred time during the week to attend school, return from school to have lunch and participate in recreational activities in the afternoon, and then there is dinner. It was noted that children oversee cooking their meals and use rational schedule to take turns sharing responsibilities. It was also noted that Homestead offers the standard therapeutic programs provided by the Department of Social Development. Children of the Homestead are all currently enrolled in school, which is paid for by the Homestead. Children are assessed by psychologists who determine which form of education is best for them, as some children have suffered severe trauma, which has affected their cognitive and learning abilities. It was noted that each child is enrolled in educational program tailored to their specific educational needs and or educational challenges. As some children battle with illiteracy, whilst others can adapt to their respective grades quickly. It was indicated that 19 children in the homestead, only one is at an FET college. Healthcare and psychosocial support is made accessible to the children through the local clinics and collaboration with Red Cross. One of the more prominent issues with access to psychological support has been that Red Cross has had many new intern psychologists who rotate frequently. It was noted that this disruption of routine then results in children just reliving traumatic events without any real healing progress, which can sometimes delay the progress and healing process that children may otherwise have been having a consistent relationship with some psychologists. Children at the homestead are allowed to choose activities that they would like to participate in, such as football, art, weekly visits to the beach. The management of the facility then provides the children with necessary resources to ensure that they can participate in recreational activities. It was indicated that this has had a positive impact on the children as it stimulates children's participation in children's living environment. Our recommendations, okay. Thank you so much. Let me go to challenges first before I talk about our recommendations. There were several challenges that have been experienced both by children in the homestead and by the staff. Some of these challenges include, but are not limited to, the following: inadequate aftercare program to assist children transition back into their homes with their families, barriers to access to legal documentation, especially for refugee and migrant children at the homestead, lack of an inclusive education system for children whose cognitive learning abilities are underdeveloped due to factors such as trauma, lack of rehabilitation and parenting training for parents who may still be alive, but who are drug or alcohol abusers, violent, neglectful, and toxic towards their children. Inefficiency of external social workers as they take extended periods to work on the relevant processes concerning children's access to services. This has delayed some children. I will then go to recommendations. Providing necessary parenting training to parents, guardians of children whose families have been traced. Better accessibility of alternative education methods for children with underdeveloped learning abilities. More efficient communication channels with external social workers that assist with family reunification abilities, processes rather, improved collaboration between the Department of Social Development and the Department of Home Affairs to assist children with access to enabling documentation. Improve capacity of resources to better equip homesteads to accommodate more children, as many street children in the Western Cape are still without safety, protection, and care. Maybe I should just pause and mention to you that as a Human Rights Commission, we have taken it upon ourselves to look into this issue nationally with regard to enabling documentation, because not only does it affect non-nationals, children, but we even have children that are citizens in the country that are struggling with same. Whether they be at schools or wherever that you can locate them. And we have taken it upon ourselves to talk to the Department of Home Affairs, and we will then decide how we are going to proceed from there. One case study that I've already said has been mentioned by my colleague earlier on of Scalabrini. From the 31st of January to the 1st of February 2023, the Children's Right Unit engaged in a meeting and consultation with Scalabrini Refugee Center to monitor the situation of children on the move. Scalabrini is a non-governmental organization that provides services to refugees and migrants based on the following 4 focal areas: paralegal advice, advocacy and research, development and integration, well-being and welfare. The organization intervenes in the advocacy and protection of children on the move through advocacy and paralegal desk, where they have developed a children's project. It was noted that this division of the organization is specifically mandated to assist unaccompanied and separated foreign children with placement, access to services, and access to legal documentation. It was indicated that this program deals with cases of children on the move in the Western Cape, specifically in city of Cape Town. The unit engaged with the director of Scalabrini, members of the organization Child Protection Program, and the child and youth care workers employed by the organization. No direct interviews with children were permitted. It was indicated that there is a centralized reception system for the placement of children on the move within the Western Cape. Such children are reported and referred to the Department of Social Development, after children have been received at the reception offices of DSD, their names and age are recorded onto the department's registry. It should, however, be noted that many of the children who are identified as children on the move are often not in possession of any legal identification documentation, which has sometimes made it difficult for authorities to verify children's exact age and sometimes even their names. In such instances, children undergo medical age assessment to determine their approximate biological age. Once the children's biological information has been recorded, DSC then distributes communication to all relevant facilities such as children homes, shelters, child and youth care centers, and other facilities that care for children on the move. It is through this centralized system that Scalabrini will volunteer to take in children based on the available capacity. It was indicated that the organization predominantly prioritizes and accommodates refugee and migrant children on the move. The migrant and refugee children taken in by Scalabrini are placed in a child and youth care center called Lawrence House. Yes, it was indicated that children are placed in Scalabrini. A tracing process is immediately initiated to gather data on the child's origin. An independent investigation to locate their children's parents or relatives is then conducted as well. Due to lack of information on children on the move and their families, Scalabrini indicated that they conducted their tracing investigation by navigating local migration communities, inquiring at local churches within community and other commonly frequented spaces within communities. It was also noted that there have been a few success stories in this regard where few children were reunited with a parent or relative or someone who has information on the parent, as migrant communities often move in networks, not in isolation. It was noted that there's no exact method or science when tracing origins and parents of children on the move, but rather an effort that relies on creativity, experiential understanding of the networks that exist within migrant communities. Scalabrini facilitates family unification only if it is in the best interest of the child and when sufficient research has been conducted on the families of the children. This is to ensure that children are reunified with their families, that children are not returning to abusive and extremely poor living conditions, and to verify that family members who have been traced rather, are indeed regarded, are related to the child. Once these processes have been completed, Scalabrini then facilitates the return of the children back to their families through ongoing communication and counseling. It was indicated that Scalabrini also works collaboratively with stakeholders such as the International Organization for Migration, embassies, churches, to avail necessary services for children that are on the move. Scalabrini currently manages a housing facility, Lawrence House, which is a child and youth care center that accommodates approximately 25 children being 14 girls and 11 boys, it was noted that only 4 children have legal status, 1 has an ID, and the rest are undocumented. It was further indicated that the staff comprises a facility manager, program manager, social worker, 4 children and youth care workers, 2 males and 2 females, and 1 housekeeper. Although the facility does not have a resident chef, children are encouraged to prepare their meals under adult supervision to teach them how to be accountable for their own living spaces. It was noted that there's a rotational weekly schedule where children cook in pairs, and that this exercise has also assisted the children to cultivate a culture and teamwork and a community. It was indicated that there are 3 categories of developmental programs offered by Scalabrini for children on the move. The respective programs aim to assist the children with integrating into living environment offered at Lawrence House, as well as to ensure that they receive specific and tailored therapy to address their traumas. The programs are outlined and structured according to the following focal areas. Scalabrini indicated that the process of welcoming is not merely a formality, but rather a methodology that is employed to give the children a sense of belonging. This entails organizing for incoming children to introduce themselves to other children and the staff who already reside in the house. Individual development programs are the following: facilities, trauma counseling, identify each child's historical background, provide each child's educational needs, create various recreational activities for children to collectively participate in. There are transition programs, and those are to assist children in building their confidence, self-esteem by stimulating interaction and participation in household chores. They teach children to be accountable for the space they live in. The educational programs, they entail providing education to all children according to the individual capacities and the needs of the child. They facilitate age determination tests that are being done in order to assess which grade the child should be placed in. And if there are no legal documentation, to also assist in indicating the child's age. It also ensures that there's extra aid for underdeveloped children who are too old for their grades in which they are currently enrolled. The therapy provides children with therapists who, after their services on a pro bono basis, collaboration with Waves for Change Transformation Initiative in Cape Town, physical living conditions. It was noted that Lawrence House is a mixed accommodation that houses both male and female children. It was further noted that girls' dormitories are locked every night to mitigate sexual inappropriate behavior. It was noted that there has been a reported incident of attempted rape, and although Scalabrini reported the matter to the police, nothing was done about the matter. It can therefore be noted that although integrated living is the standard norm with Lawrence House, there is a need to improve supervision and security to ensure that children are protected from sexual violence. With regard to healthcare, it was indicated that children receive initial medical examination when they are first received at the center. It was noted that there have been incidents where children were medically examined and misdiagnosed at the Central Admission Office. Scalabrini, therefore, facilitates further medical examination of children placed in their care. It was noted that all the children in the Lawrence house are provided with first aid medication, as the facility operates as Child and Youth Care Center. It was indicated that all psychiatric medication is stored in the manager's office for all the children who have undergone psychiatric evaluation and have diagnosed with specific mental health condition. Such children are also carefully monitored by the facility manager and the resident child and youth care workers on duty. We were further then also told that the psychiatric help is provided for children through Scalabrini, a collaborative partnership with pro bono psychologists, therapists, and clinical supervisors. Care and treatment practices, it was indicated that Scalabrini offers therapeutic programs for children in their care. The various programs are premised on the following principles: participation-oriented approach, child-centered approach, and trauma approach. The challenges that are being faced by this center, various challenges that were discussed with Scalabrini include the following: barriers to access to courts for separated and unaccompanied children. It was noted that this has caused delays for children who need court orders, lack of education and training for social workers on the refugee and asylum system. It was indicated that this has resulted in delayed access to services for children on the move, lack of options for access to legal documentation for unaccompanied and separated children. It was noted that system itself is structured in such a way that makes it increasingly difficult for children to access education and healthcare. Lack of child-friendly practices of refugee and asylum reception offices. It was noted that the staff at these respective facilities are rude and invasive and do not speak to children with sensitivity and the respect that should be accorded to them. Lack of a dedicated child help desk of refugee and asylum reception offices, and also the issue of undocumented children is prevalent with non-national children. Scalabrini indicated that there are also children with South African parents who also struggle to access documentation. This integrated relationship between Department of Home Affairs and Department of Social Development, which the Human Rights Commission is trying to work on. As I conclude, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, this report acknowledges that the lack of birth registration, amongst other issues highlighted herein, is a prominent and recurring barrier for children on the move. This has made it increasingly difficult, especially for asylum-seeking children, to access a name and identity, which is fundamental human right that every child should not be deprived of. Although there is option for late birth registration, it has been noted that this process can take years to be finalized. Without legal identity, children on the move have fallen through the cracks of the system, have not been able to enjoy their rights as enshrined in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, the Constitution of our country, as well as the Children's Act. And let me take this opportunity to then also thank you and just mention that as a Human Rights Commission, we have taken it upon ourselves to ensure that we've got what we call child rights ambassadors in all provinces. So even here in Western Cape, we do have children that are participating. We believe in the slogan that is echoed by persons with disabilities that says nothing about us without us. And so we make sure that the children are at the forefront insofar as their issues are concerned. And as a commissioner that has got a focal area of children, I consult with them, and they are the ones that inform me what they think needs to be discussed. And just in a couple of days, we are going to be engaged in discussion, particularly on the issues that relates enabling documentation, how it affects them. And of course, what I've enjoyed with them, I say, is how they realize that rights intersect. So whilst you could be talking, I mean, just at the beginning of the year, I gave them the topic that says education is a human right, and they were able to share how it intersects with many other rights, such as your right to health, right to housing, and many others. And it was evident that children are really using their app, as they call it, their thinking app. And thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We appreciate your briefing to us this morning, very insightful. And I'm sure members and stakeholders have jotted down the relevant questions. We will then immediately go over to input by the Office of the Western Cape Children's Commissioner. We will, after that, immediately go over to input by Stelke. Can I just have an indication, the Children's Commissioner's Office, around about the time length of your input, please? How long?
I should be about 10 to 15 minutes, Chair.
Thank you very much. Stelke?
More or less 10 minutes, Chair.
Thank you very much. You may proceed, sir. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair, and good morning once again. Before I start, I just want to note that I am here in my capacity as acting director for the office. The commissioner's role is currently vacant, and I'm sure a lot of you know that there is a parliamentary process underway to actually appoint that commissioner. So while the commissioner's role is vacant, I'll be taking care of the office. And what I'm presenting today is essentially an overview of the type of investigations we've made into the child protection system during the first term, as it was one of the main strategic priorities of the first commissioner. And the what I'm about to present is not something that's new, right? We've worked very well with DSD over the past 5 years to address all of these challenges and to also work together with them to resolve the challenges and also to come up with creative ways also solving them. So who are we? We essentially exist to protect the rights and interests of children in this province. We do this by working with 4 departments.
My apologies for interrupting you, Mr. Seister. Can I please ask you that you also just give us some volume or just move closer to the mic, please? Thank you.
Sure. No worries. Sorry about that. So we have mandate over 4 main departments, and those departments are the key departments that deliver services for children. So it includes the Department of Social Development, it's the Department of Education, it's Cultural Affairs and Sport, and it's Department of Health and Wellness. And the way in which we work with these departments is in the following 8 ways. So we attempt to investigate complaints against services. We monitor the way in which services are rendered on the front line. We conduct research into policy and practice with regards to service delivery for children. We advise our four mandate departments on the improvement of their services. We educate communities, especially children, on what is available to them in terms of services and how to connect them to those services. We also work very closely with Parliament to lobby key decision makers on the amendments of policies and laws to improve service delivery. Also, we recommend based on any investigation that we provide. And one of the key strategic priorities of the last term was to work directly with children themselves and involve them in all of our processes. So now I'm going to zoom into the way in which we do investigations, which you'll see is very different from the way that the SHRC does investigations, right? And that's because we have very different powers in order to do that, right? So we handle investigations in two ways. We receive complaints and inquiries from the public, so we have a complaints mechanism. And those complaints are linked to service delivery issues. So if there's a service delivery issue with, for example, the education space, we are then the ones that you would contact if you have an issue with that, right? Our approach to handling complaints and investigations isn't done by us physically going out to investigate those complaints and investigations. We work with the respective department to manage the system within their own context, right? And that the reason for that is number one, because of capacity. We have 3 investigators, and in terms of the volume of complaints, there are hundreds that come in, right? So in terms of capacity, we work very closely with departments for them to resolve issues within their own system. And this also makes sense for us because they are also the experts of their system. We also don't have the power to litigate or mediate. So therefore, we rely on departments to investigate issues into their system. And then the second way we do investigations is through what we call own motion inquiries. And those are some systematic investigations. So for example, what I'll explain to you later on is that we're very interested in a particular component of child protection, which was alternative care, right? So what we did was we did a full-scale investigation into what that system entails and where those bottlenecks exist. And that is how we approach own motion inquiries. So remember, we are a complaints mechanism, and the purpose of this is to just illustrate, right? The complaints we received about the child protection system was sort of centered around a lot of the issues that DSD mentioned this morning, right? It's about sort of cases linked to the conduct of social workers. It's cases linked to service inefficiencies. It's cases linked to the funding issues that's experienced by DCPOs, right? And as you could tell from the presentation DSD provided this morning, the reason behind all of these issues is because the demand simply outweighs the supply. Why does the demand outweigh the supply? Because the living conditions of communities have worsened over the past 5 to 10 years, which means social ills have worsened. The result of that, more and more children are landing up in the system. More and more of them have to be protected and cared for, right? And the department does not have the capacity to respond to everything. And again, on the supply side, it's by no fault of the department because the fiscal envelope has been shrinking year on year on year. So that already in itself gives you an insight into a key component of what is problematic with the system. It's about resourcing and how we can be very creative about resourcing. In terms of the OMI we did into alternative care, because we got so many cases around child protection, we really want to understand where those bottlenecks lie. So this inquiry that we did tried to map the care system and to understand how alternative care works and where those bottlenecks are, as I've mentioned. And the first thing to note is that we did this through consulting children themselves in alternative care. We consulted many of the managers within DSD, both in frontline services and within the in head office. We've also conducted stakeholder consultations with NGOs themselves that deliver these services. So a lot of the findings we present is based on the triangulation of all of that data, right? And the first thing that I want to just mention here is that there's a continuum of care that's provided, right? Outside of familial care, primary caregiving and the family that provides care, there's a continuum of care services that this government provides, right? It starts with ECD, and we know ECD has now moved over into education's mandate. We also have prevention and early intervention. And as I'll demonstrate earlier, prevention and early intervention is more than just family strengthening, right? It's about mitigating the risks that children face that makes them conducive to being maltreated, right? We also have family support services. We have the Children's Court, which really makes judgment on when alternative care placement must be made. We have court-ordered family care, and we have aftercare as well when children exit the alternative care system. This essentially demonstrates what the key findings of our sort of systemic mapping provided us with, right? We were able to understand the types of alternative care that exists. And the one thing I want to zoom in on here is the informal types of alternative care. And that is linked to kinship care, right? And the reason I want to bring this up is because the ideal for a child, if they are no longer able to be cared for by their primary caregivers, is for them to be placed in a family type environment. And kinship care is often a grandmother or grandfather takes care of them, or their aunties and uncles, or someone within the immediate family. But there's currently no real regulations governing how that works. So some of our findings was related to how to establish norms and standards to really regulate the way that children are cared for in these informal settings. The other thing I'll zoom in on is that what we saw in the Western Cape is that the Western Cape as a province is very different to the rest of the country with regards to the type of households that exist, right? So compared to the rest of the country, the Western Cape has the most number of children that live with both caregivers. In other provinces, they either live with one caregiver or with an extended family member. But in this province, the majority of children live with both of their caregivers. And a very low number of them will stay with in the alternative care system. And I think what also I want to also zoom in is, I think, two things. The first thing is to understand what necessitates a child's entry into alternative care. It's because of maltreatment, right? But why does maltreatment happen? There's a number of risk factors that result in either their caregivers abusing them, or them being mistreated in their communities or their schools. And I think that's also very important to note, right? Is that maltreatment doesn't just happen in homes, it also happens in schools, right? And some of those key risk factors are the cost of living has increased. Families can no longer cope with those stresses. Stress results in negative coping behaviors, especially by caregivers, and children are on the receiving end of that, right? Because of that, there's even more stress on the system to deal with that. Therefore, access to critical services has diminished, right? We also see that particular risk factors exist for children who are disabled. There's also particular risk factors for children who are from the queer community as well. They are more likely to be abused in their homes or in their communities. Some of the protective factors is also very important to mention, because when looking at the package of primary and early intervention, that is what it should be focused on. It's about strengthening the household, stabilizing the household. And stabilizing a household is more than just parenting skills. It's about ensuring that that household is economically empowered so that people have income, because we know that financial stress results in a lot of negative things, right? There's another protective factor is also about strengthening the community's approach to children, right? So it's about working with families, working with communities to reduce those risk factors. In terms of some of the recommendations coming out of this research, I'll just highlight some of the key things. The first one is that because of the unique caregiver profile, it means that family strengthening programs must be tailored to that context, right? And DST has acknowledged that that is exactly what they do, right? In terms of the second set of recommendations, it's about kinship care, right? So the first one is that a system must be implemented to track kinship care, because at the moment we're not really sure of the sheer number of children in kinship care. And DSD mentioned that again, because there's no policy and laws around that, it's difficult to do that. So the only way the DSD is able to know who's in kinship care is by SASSA registrations, because then those kinship carers can apply for a CSG, as an example. The second thing, as I mentioned, is about norms and standards. But again, before norms and standards can be developed, there needs to be a policy and legal framework for that to first happen. And then there also needs to be a standardized model that social workers can use to help children transition out of alternative care or of kinship care, but also alternative care. Because what we're finding is that not enough is being done while children are in alternative care to become independent adults when they leave the system. So they rely on the system even more. So a lot more effort must be put into transitioning them well into adulthood. Another recommendation is, again, because we see that the demand is because of the high risks and the increasing number of risks, there needs to be a strategy that the department develops to mitigate the budget for PEI, or primary and early intervention, right? At the moment, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's about 5 to 6% of the departmental budget, and that is a national standard, right? But as we have seen, it's simply not enough. There needs to be ways to improve that budget, and that is something that I think is that's where I think the standing committee can also be really strategic in assisting DSD with. And then finally, we also, especially in the foster care system, a big recommendation was to incorporate child participation practices when it comes to their placements. So actually understanding from that child's perspective, where would you like to be placed? And also with kinship care placements as well. Consult the child to understand what their best interests are. And again, the department noted that this is practice because there is a policy framework for this. Outside of that alternative care study that only focused on those three forms of alternative care. It focused on foster care, it focused on CYCCs, it focused on temporary safe care, it also focused on kinship care. We then did our own investigation into the secure care system because we were very interested, particularly in the way that children are taken care of in the system, right? So we visited all secure care centers, and it's important to note that the reason children enter these centers is because of behavioral issues or because they were in conflict with the law, right? And some of the findings from all these visits that across the board, what we noted is that the way in which these centers are managed is very efficient. And there's a high amount of passionate staff members within these centers that will design impressive developmental programs, right? But a lot of that sometimes gets overshadowed by the other cost drivers in those centers. So as was mentioned by the department also this morning, one of the biggest cost drivers in these centers is infrastructure and maintenance, right? And if you think about it, a lot of things are damaged because children have behavioral issues and they behave in particular ways, right? So for example, like we learned in one center to replace a door, as an example, 20,000 Rand, right? There's particular pieces of of equipment that's needed in these centers, which makes it very expensive, and this can sometimes take away from programmatic budgets to have the rehabilitative programs and treatment programs. So it's very important to note that that's a very big cost driver, and there needs to be creative ways of how we can manage funding over there. Something we also noted is that while we understand that for these centers, there's high security measures. When we spoke to the children in these centers, something that we noted in every center is that the children, particularly in the way they describe their experience there, is that they felt as though it affected their dignity with the sheer level of security measures, right? And while we understand again that there's a reason for that, there must be security protocols, we must still not forget that these are still children, right? And I can remember, for example, when we visited the one center in George, we visited first, I think, in 2021, and we noted to center management, we first noted that this looks very much like a prison. Is there ways we can at least soften the aesthetic to make it seem child-friendly? And they listened to us. When we came back a second time, massive improvement. beautiful center. So that's what we mean by just making it child friendly, because these are still children in these centers. Another key recommendation is that what we also noticed is that especially particularly in the all boys centers, there are some children that require specialized isolated care because they have extreme behavioral problems. And the centers don't always have the capacity to manage those children, right? So we know this from levels 1 to 4. A lot of our conversations were around the fact that should we have a specialized level 5 type of center with very specialized capacity? Because what happens is that there are a handful of children that will destabilize the entire center because of behavior, right? So it's about understanding how we can creatively address that. Another thing that was shocking to us was that when speaking to the children in those centers, it was their first time being exposed to a lot of those developmental programs, which means in the communities, those type of risk mitigation programs, developmental programs were not accessible. They were not getting them. So the first time you experience a program like that should not be in a residential center. It should be in your community. And then the final thing is that across all of the centers we visited, the biggest risk factor behind a child re-entering a level 4 center is instability within their household and their community. So you can do beautiful work with that child inside that center. They will leave improved, but they will come back almost a week later because their household is still unstable. So what that means is that there needs to be a model where families are stabilized before that child is put back there, because we know why the child re-enters that program. And there's a lot of interesting strategies that the department has been exploring to do this. Like, for example, having a special cohort of social workers just focus on the family, which is a very creative way to do that. And I think in conclusion, what the message just to land here is that because the demand outweighs the supply, we need to our mindset towards how we solve the problem must be shifted to the way we can prevent children from entering the system in the first place. And primary and early intervention is not just within the ambit of DSD's mandate. That is a truly transversal government approach. And this year is a snippet, for example, from the Western Cape government's primary and early intervention strategy. It's a basket of services that must be developed, and all of these things must speak to each other. It's about food nutrition and food security. It's about economic empowerment. It's about childcare and protection, as we are here today. It's also about health promotion as well. It's about HIV/AIDS management. It's about educational support, and it's about psychosocial support. So if we're going to do this effectively, the entire social sector needs to come together to prevent risk from becoming a problem in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sarister, for your input this morning, and we'll be sure to direct our questions or comments to you as well as we go along. We will now have Stelke. I just wanted to determine from members and guests. For the sake of time, we were a bit held up this morning due to technical issues. Is it in order if we proceed with straight after Stelke with the Department of Health and Wellness, Education Department, as well as Police Oversight, after which we will then take a lunch break and come back and just in that last plenary session deal with questions and comments and the way forward. Is that in order with everyone? I see heads nodding. Thank you very much for your indulgence. Then I will give over to Ms. Nieuwoud. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you also for the opportunity to address you today. As organizations deeply embedded in communities we serve, we wish to present this lived realities and systemic challenges that children in the Western Cape face daily. Although I'm going to speak on behalf of the children in the Western Cape, I hope that I will do also good to all my fellow DCPOs. And if I leave something out, it's really not on purpose. The first thing that we have, and this I hear the whole morning already, is that our focus must be on how to reduce poverty and how are we going to create safe communities where children and families can really feel safe. The first thing that I think children are faced with is poverty, inequality, and food insecurity. And here we also talk about poverty that children are born into. And we also learned now that that is one of the biggest causes for trauma already in infant phase. We speak about limited access to basic needs such as food, clothing, and shelter. Children may attend school hungry, affecting concentration and learning, despite all the feeding schemes that we have in our schools. And we know that poor nutrition leads to stunted growth and developmental delays. The other one, and I think in the Western Cape, is violence and abuse. And here we must also speak about gender-based violence. Exposure to physical, sexual, and emotional abuse at home, school, or in communities, and specifically the gang-related violence. We see it daily, and this is really a worrying effect, where children as young as 9 to 13 years are now being initiated into gangs. In the case of Stellenbosch, Cluttersville specifically, we saw 60 children being initiated in January. We saw that spill over to Klapmuts, and I'm not sure what the situation in Hanover Park, Manenberg, Mitchell's Plain, Wellington, Worcester, and those areas are. It's really, really cause for concern and maybe more reason that we need to step up our safety concerns. Children also witnessing domestic violence daily leads to ongoing trauma and structural trauma, and surely the behavioral challenges that we experience and what Mr. Seister also referred to. A child doesn't know how to express his trauma other than with or through his behavior. Housing and overcrowded and the so-called backyard dwellers. This is a huge threat to our children, where they live daily in those conditions and must witness everything. I had a call last night from one of my families to say that the children are hiding behind a fridge during all these shootings going in 9 o'clock last night. It's terrible, and you can hear the fear, you can hear the please help, and yeah. Lack of access and quality education. We have learned this morning already also from the Human Rights Commissioner, the effect of delayed or underdevelopment, cognitive development in children. And we know now that that is also cause for so many behavioral challenges. Overcrowded classrooms, lack of resources, unqualified teachers that just stay at home, not going to school. Barriers to attend school include transport, fees, uniforms, family responsibility that's lacking, learning losses due to expulsion from schools. And Madam Chair, that is one of the biggest identified problems in our areas, and I'm sure amongst all the other colleagues in the room, that children are being expelled from school, DCPOs and DSD not being informed about that. And once we learned about the child has already been removed from the CMA system. And I really put it to the committee that this must be looked into really seriously. Schools not following the Section 110 conditions of the Children's Act, not reporting, saying, please, no, we do not want to report it now. This is also something that is really threatening our children. We saw also the early school leavers or dropouts. And this is children in grade 4 mainly, who cannot read or write, but they must still be in school. We also find that schools lack to send children for testing to be transferred to a school of a skill. A serious problem. Mental health and emotional trauma. I don't think I need to say much about that. It is also due to the widespread exposure to gang violence and the instability in the household. Just on the schools, I can inform the committee that Stelkie had 200 school assistants in schools in our area, where we try to assist our teachers, and that also count for our ECDs, where we have 50 school assistants. This is how we try to assist one another. Sexual and physical abuse, Madam Chair. The increasing cases of sexual abuse involving young children. FCS, I think they have serious problems, delays in actions, proper assistance not being available, but we do try to help one another. We understand that we are all subject to challenges. We saw an increase in sexual abuses reported to the Stellenbosch Thuthuzela Centre, where 60% of all cases report is sexual abuse against children between the ages of 3 years and 13 years of age. That is, as young children. The other one that is children in conflict with the law. Many children in the system are victims of abuse, neglect, and exploitation, and they are sometimes almost invited to commit crimes, or giving an instruction from parents to go out and beg or to do stuff that they really do not understand what they're in for. They experience criminalization rather than restorative intervention. And there's not enough diversion programs and post-sentencing support that exist. We many times see that the child is diverted back into the very same system from where he is operating from. And I don't understand that. We also see the prevalence of the so-called car gauges or the taxi gauges, where they use children, and also children selling on the street corners at vendors, very young. And then we see law enforcement and police driving past. And if I stop, I'm getting called names that you're familiar with. But that is a problem. So that child is not in school. Neglect and inadequate care. We heard a lot about that, the lack of parental care and supervision that increases the vulnerability. They are left without emotional support, guidance, unattended caregivers, substance abuse, mental illness, and whatever they want to attribute to that. The high rates of children in child-aided households or institutional care. I heard many times about parenting programs, and we all understand the importance thereof. And sometimes social workers are being accused of not doing their jobs, which I felt offended always. But we must understand that if a parent doesn't want to or do not want to attend, or parents do not want to attend your parenting programs, there's nothing you can do. We can't go back to the court. We even put it in our recommendations to the court that they must attend. But if they do not attend, there's nothing you can do about that. We tried everything in the book, so we would like to learn from those who got it right. Peer pressure and bullying in school, in the community, even in our centers, we know about it. The digital dangers and online exposure, that is, I think, something that we all learned lately. And even in schools, these groups are being created that is really focusing on child exploitation. Lack of safe spaces, we heard about that. We also learned about it on Thursday. That is not enough safe spaces where you can, for instance, put a child that has been sexually abused. So you must place that child within other children with vulnerable conditions, and the child with sexual abuse is not really receiving the attention that they do need. Discrimination and social exclusion, the birth certificates, and I'm glad the human rights is looking into it as well. That is an enormous problem, Madam Chair. And I mainly speak to undocumented children born in South African residents, children, and even 3-4 generations that we have to deal with. And before you can get to the registration of the baby, you must first register the great-great-great-grandmother, and then you can go down the line eventually. And this is why we sit with children without birth certificates since 2016, when we started the process. It is a massive problem, and it is mainly also, I think, that we must try to get the clinics on board to see that they also report these cases where there is no birth certificate. Children with disabilities. We do not like to differentiate between a child. A child is a child, even if it's differently abled. But there is limited support on infrastructure and therapy for these children. And also coupled with that, the stigma of social exclusion remain high, especially in our rural areas. I address the children that's exposed to gangs and the justice system gaps. I just want to alert this committee that in Kleinvlei, we stand now on 82 child murders, and that is youth included, since 2014. Yeah, and that is a small, like a 50 cent. Child femicide, an alarming number of children murders committed by parents, caregivers, and community members. Limited data is available involving children, and that is really a police responsibility and also the justice responsibility to make sure that we get the correct data. Children living on streets, a huge problem, and we need to maybe tie up there. Investment in early childhood development, although it's now not anymore competency of DSD, it remains one of our biggest prevention and early interventions that we can do in the life of a child to make sure that the child is being enrolled in an ECD center. And we know that there's a lack of proper structured ECD facilities with proper programs. Yes, it sprang up like mushrooms, but everyone on the corner is now an ECD practitioner or a playgroup without proper programs and equipment. If I may, Madam Chair, to recommend that we have to make the training, and I would urge everyone available to all these CPOs and NGOs to demonstrate our capacity and our interest in making the lives of our children better. We have to ensure that these trauma services are accessible across all districts. We have to invest in safe communities. We must invest in early intervention programs, ECD, and after-school protection. And lastly, we have to look into the salary disparity, and it must prioritize, especially to the NGO sector, sorry, DSD. And I know it's not your responsibility, and we appreciate the cooperation and the support that we receive from our province, DSD. We are really privileged. But the high staff turnover also has an effect on the trauma of our beneficiaries. Children do attach with their social worker. They do form a bond with their social worker. And to receive a social worker every 3 or 6 months is really traumatic to our beneficiaries. So I urge everyone that let us work collectively and let us work really towards the betterment of our communities and our children. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nieuwoud. We appreciate your input to the committee and stakeholders this morning as well. I'm immediately giving over to the Department of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just loading my slides. Thank you for the opportunity to address you, Madam, and the committee. By way of introduction, because I didn't do it this morning, my name is Renee Nasson and I'm a child and adolescent psychiatrist, and I'm based at one of the specialist units for child mental health services. This is a well-known definition of mental health, and I won't define it to go into it because of time. But I think within that, the important factor also is to maintain the balance between those with ill health and those who will achieve optimal mental health. In terms of access to mental health services, I'm going to speak about that, and then I'll give you a snapshot about the children and the services and some of the challenges as we go along. If you look at, sorry, I think there's a slide that was missed. The strategy for the department, and I think this is cross-cutting across all of the departments, is that we take a stepped care and a life course approach. And of course, that provides us with opportunities to intervene early, which I think is mandatory as it has been described by the colleagues before me. In terms of access, this is a very complicated slide, but it just describes the access to services. It's a stepped care approach from the level 1 service, which we would call a clinic or a community health clinic. And that would be the first portal of care for a child requiring mental health services. That does not require an appointment. It's a walk-in service, but children are referred, and it is only as good as our main partner, which is the Department of Education, school-based support teams, to actually refer these children for an initial assessment. And that would be the opportunity to provide early intervention for the children before they get to the yellow area, which is where I am located, and people like me, the specialists. And so the journey of the child can often be complex and arduous, as has also been mentioned. And so if a child requires admission for a psychiatric emergency, the usual portal of entry is a district hospital. And they could arrive on the doorstep of the hospital, or they would be referred from the clinic, but they can come from anywhere and they would be seen there. And that would be the journey into our inpatient wards, which I will describe later. Once the child has been initially assessed at level 1, depending on the complexity, the child would then be referred to a specialist service. And that's where the waiting list issue comes into being, which we will speak about later on. And then we have our tertiary hospitals, our specialist teaching hospitals, where there are 2 child and adolescent services. The one where I work is at one of our specialized hospitals at Lentercare Hospital. So if one looks at things from an operational point of view, it was recognized a year ago that we need to dedicate ourselves to strengthening child mental health services. And for that then was to recognize that there was far too big a gap between our primary services and our specialist or tertiary child and adolescent mental health service. And without going into the details, one of our proposals was to say that we actually needed to close that gap via what we call an outreach and support team. And since the end of last year, we have initiated our first outreach team. So this is the grim context, unfortunately, which is the cascade of adverse childhood experiences, which starts in the home, of course, and then it cascades out. And you've heard all of the detail, and I'm sure by now you're feeling quite traumatized. What I need to add to this is there are many, many children who are distressed as a result of this. And this is the driver of suicidal behavior and the increased numbers of suicides. One of them, it's a significant one. And the mechanism is via a poor emotional dysregulation in children who may or may not have a mental illness. I thought it would also be important to mention, when we think of an abuser, most often we think of men. And we think of human beings, caregivers of children. We are now seeing the phenomenon of child abuse, and that is very much driven by access to the internet. Just to give you a brief example, last week I participated in a criminal capacity assessment where it was a child-on-child rape case. And this was a group of children in which the perpetrator was a group who were actually watching pornography and had acted on it. The question for me to this poverty-stricken child was, how did you get data to be able to watch this? And the child could in graphic detail describe the apps and all of the pornographic material that the children watch and then they decide to act on. And this is how this particular rape happened. We also have a non-human abuser, in my view, which is the internet or the dark net, or unbridled access to the internet, where children is no control. And we have all of these things happening as a result of the children living in worlds, virtual worlds that we actually can't even begin to manage. We've heard that the root cause of this is economic. We must not fool ourselves that poverty is the driving force here. We heard on Friday from the advocate from the NPA speaking about a parent who offered her child to be sexually abused for payment. But when you speak to people in the community, they say, no, this is a very common thing. It happens all the time. So this is a slide that we try to apply our minds to when it comes to where and how do we deliver services. If you look on to the right side, by the time the child is ill, which is the children that I treat every day, in a way, the horse is bolted and the prognosis is so poor. And we hear that we need to intervene early when to keep the child well, but also to intervene when they are starting to feel not well. And that is where many of them are. Many of them actually do not have mental illnesses, but they are distressed. They're feeling sad and worried, and they say they are stressed. And these are the opportunities, and unfortunately missed opportunities often for intervention before we get to the issue of illness. So let me move on to speak about what we call the burden of disease, which is the extent of the problem. And before I do that and present some kind of trends to you, we know to understand children that we're going to have to address and fully understand what the drivers are of these adverse childhood experiences. And of course, again, as mentioned, we've got to really know that the parents are partners in this, and without them, we're not going to get very far. And so in terms of some of our efforts, we have an early years project as part of our Child Mental Health Strengthening Project. And we have done some work with midwives, with moms in the birthing sites, but we've also started to work with the mothers to introduce them to the concept of infant mental health and well-being and child development. And that is an initiative in its infancy, but I'm feeling very hopeful that we can make a significant contribution. And then we also work quite closely with the parenting project that you heard about on Friday, the SWIFT project. I'm struggling here to move my slides, and I just, all right. So if one speaks about the prevalence studies, let's look at under 18s, and I'm not going to go into detail. Those different colors represent the different catchment areas within the Cape Metro, right? The blue one is the Lentegeur catchment. So you can see the steady rise in numbers of children presenting for psychiatric admissions in the different areas. And this, I think, is since 2015. Sorry, my eyesight is not that good. This is also just to show what are they presenting with, the children. And I just have to say that we are very effective in, at the moment, capturing hospitalized cases, and we're working on and steadily improving in capturing the children presenting for ambulatory or outpatient care. So in terms of this slide, the top red are those cases which are substance related. We call them a drug-induced psychosis. So children are presenting with psychotic disorders into our units, and I can say with a fair amount of accuracy that up to about 90% of children are using drugs in excessive amounts and becoming psychotic. By the time a child becomes psychotic, they've already been using drugs for 3 years, and these children are becoming younger and younger. The other colors represent schizophrenia and mood disorders and other mental health conditions, including suicidal behavior. And again, these are repeat presentations. We don't have a lot of repeat presentations, which we, you know, at times we pacify ourselves with that, but it may also be that there's a lot of movement of kids in and out of the province, lots to follow up, and so forth. So let's talk about suicides, and I'll just share some trends with you. I just wanted to bring your attention to this study, which is the Child Death Review study. And what the purpose of it is, besides introducing you to the actual study, which I believe is quite groundbreaking, there were 32 cases over 4 years from 2015, where there were 5 suicides, if you can just remember that number. Moving forward, and I've just realized, I'm sorry, I downloaded a slide set that's not the correct one, and I apologize for that. Moving forward, in 2024, in 2022, we had 52 deaths by suicide between the age of 10 and 18 years old. And in 2024, that number was 51 deaths. But what was interesting there was that for the first time, we've seen 2 suicides below the age of 10. We can have a discussion outside of this meeting for what are the drivers of the suicides. As I said, lots of emotional dysregulation and distress. Some of them do have mental illnesses, particularly depression. Many of them have post-traumatic disorder, but I do believe that mental illnesses, especially in the younger population, there's a smaller number of those with classifiable mental health conditions where there is a death by suicide, and it's to do with abuse and trauma more than anything else. So just as a take home, I think what I want to leave you with is suicide is the #1 reason for death among young people, that 50% of mental illnesses start before the age of 14. So it makes the case for early intervention. Unfortunately, we say that we need to do it, but we are not there yet. And so in terms of services and how we operate our services, I think we need to improve on that. We have to take this life course approach to break the vicious cycle. What I thought I would also want to share with you is just a little bit about the numbers in terms of admissions. And I apologize once again for uploading the, the incorrect slide set. In terms of admissions, there were 3,800 children, mostly adolescents, admitted into our specialist services since 2015. And so, and that number is rising, as you saw that curve going upwards. I thought you may be asking, what about the children who come to our outpatient services? As I said, we don't have the accurate stats for those entering the primary clinics. But in terms of our outpatients, as I said, there are 3 units. We see about 10,000 children every year. In terms of the epidemiology and the prevalence of child mental health cases, we've got quite an old study that was published in 2006, and we've got an updated study that is being worked on at the moment, which that time showed that there were about 17 to 20% rate of child mental health problems. The recent studies are suggesting that it is now more than 30%, up to 35, 36% of children are presenting with what appears to be mood disorders. If we extrapolate that with our number of 2.1 million, we should expect that about up to 450,000 children have a mental illness. But much more of them actually are distressed children without a mental illness. So if we are seeing 10,000 children every year, that is the treatment gap, as we call it. That service is provided by 5 child and adolescent psychiatrists, 1 generalist psychiatrist. We have 6 psychologists, and then we are teaching sites, and so we have registrars and interns rotating through our units. And you mentioned, Madam, about the issue of the rotations, that is an unavoidable consequence, yes, of how we run our services. The allied professions do great work, including our social workers, who unfortunately are not statutory social workers, so they provide a lot of family support and family services, and they liaise for us with the Department of Social Development. I won't go into this in too much detail, except to say that there's a steady rise of admissions as we saw it, and that over the years we have tackled this problem through our Child Mental Health Strengthening Project. We have done various things through portfolios, but we've also taken a strategic approach to strengthen our links with various partners, and we hope to continue that work so that we can see not just a flattening of the suicide curve, but a decline, and that is only going to work in relation to the strength of our intersectoral work. We have many problems that we still need to try to overcome, but I really believe that we are on the right road. And so we will hold on to the idea that we need to take a lifespan approach, that we need to approach this from an as early as possible. And at any rate, the children who are presenting to the units that we work in are becoming younger and younger. And that is a great pity that they are already symptomatic by the time they are 4 and 3 years old. And then lastly, I don't think I'm going to do justice to this, but I would be remiss not to mention the provincial strategy and focus on mental health, which started a couple of years ago. It is chaired by our HOD, Dr. Keith Clutie, and we have made a concerted effort to really step up our early intervention and our wellness initiative, the Child Wellness Initiative, because without that, we're going to continue to hope for the funding envelope that we require. But I may have not mentioned that the argument has been made over and over and over from an economic perspective that if you invest early, the return is greatest. And so I want to just remind you and introduce you to Professor Heckman. He is a Nobel Prize winning economist, and they've done great work to actually demonstrate this. This is a very ambitious project, but I think it's a step in the right direction. It gives the promise and the intention of doing the transversal work, because we are partnering with our colleagues in government, in social development and in education. There are some excellent initiatives, for example, providing emotion regulation training to children in schools. Emotion regulation has been linked with suicide in terms of the research. And if we address that, we have an opportunity then to reverse the scourge of suicidal behavior. And then also the Planet Youth Project that has been rolled out into schools to address the substance abuse problem is also very, very promising. On that note, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nassan. Does that deal with the entire health and wellness?
My colleague next to me will do the second part.
The trauma support services and forensic pathology services. Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. And I think a lot has been said over the last 1.5 days, and I think my presentation will also touch on some aspects. So I'm going to just, I think, skip through some of that. So again, just thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, we've been asked to talk to trauma support services and then specifically around how our children are affected in terms of death within the province. So I'm just trying to move forward here now, and I'm not able to. I just need to, for some reason now, I'm not, oh, there we go. So I think if we move on to trauma support services specifically, the focus of this presentation is largely just on how and where patients present or victims present as a result of an alleged sexual offence. And we have 40 designated health facilities across the province where specifically where victims of sexual offences do present, as well as intimate partner violence. Obviously, that is at primary care level or across the whole service platform and not specifically at the 40 designated centres. I think this also include 10 Tutuzela care centres, and I think some of the work being done by the Tutuzela care centres have been mentioned already over the last 1.5 days. I think these are gold standard centres in terms of offering a one-stop service to our victims where there is close collaboration between a number of entities and partners also within the room around DSD, SAPS, our DSD appointed providers, as well as National Prosecuting Authority. I'm not sure why my slides don't want to move. Here we go. So I did just mention around the actual, the fact that in responding to our victims, it is a multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder approach. And I think the importance of everybody playing their role, I think, within the response to our victims is so critical, and really would actually then achieve the best outcome specifically for that victim in terms of the whole criminal justice approach. So I think also just to indicate that it is quite challenging for us. I wonder if it's going to be more feedback. No, it's fine now.
We try again. I see everyone is muted online.
Yeah, I will try again. Thank you. So I think the challenge, obviously, in terms of ensuring that we meet the need of the victim, it's not only the clinical response in terms of the clinical assessment, the medical treatment, but also the importance of actually serving the criminal justice process through this process. So the completion of the J88, ensuring that the actual evidence is collected, the chain of evidence is maintained, and that's why it's a challenge often to balance access to the services whilst also ensuring that you have the correct capacity to enable that optimal response. And that's why you would find that services are not generally available across all of the health facilities within the province because of that balance in terms of ensuring that we have got the right critical skills to be able to provide that service, but also in ensuring that we meet the best or have the best outcome for the specific a patient or survivor that present to us. I've just detailed here some of the data that we do routinely collect. And these are reported sexual offences cases examined from 2022-23 up to the last financial year. And in this specifically highlighting the number of victims specifically under 18 years that we saw within our on our service platform, which is across these 40 designated centres that I spoke about. In 2024-25, we saw 3,245 female victims under the age of 18, and for males, we saw 601 males presenting under the age of 18. And just detailing the care pathway specifically when it comes to a victim, and I think we've already spoken to quite a bit of this, so I'm not going to go to it in detail, but obviously there is the early initial disclosure, and this often would happen either through a parent or a minor self-reporting or through educators observing changes, and these children then presenting into the health system for a clinical assessment. We've already spoken about the duty to report. This is obviously both in terms of the Children's Act, but also in accordance with SOMA, depending if it is an alleged sexual offence. So this is the Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act. Then I think also, as we've indicated, that cases of physical abuse also present at our Tutuzela care centres and the designated centres where the examination is then conducted and further investigations are facilitated, and also the appropriate referrals are made then via DSD or DCPO social workers, or referrals made into the mental health platform for specific mental health care interventions. We've already spoken about the need to report. This is done obviously via the Form 22. Often when a patient presents with us, it's not through a at a TCC, it's not through a Form 22 reporting mechanism. The report is actually, the referral is done at the time. Either if it's a TCC through the Victim Assistance Officer within the TCC, or by the treating clinician at the time when the child presents. And then again, a patient is referred for therapeutic counseling and any other psychosocial interventions or support that's required. I just want to briefly just talk a little bit about trafficking in persons, because I didn't specifically include a slide on this, but also just to indicate that as a health department and as a health system, we are part of the actual response in terms of trafficking in persons. So that's either through detection, reporting, or through the actual clinical management of those victims that do present. The Department of Health and Wellness do participate on the Provincial Trafficking in Persons Task Team as a multi-agency response, and also are part of the early alert when there would be when there are victims identified in terms of ensuring that we geared up to receive these victims for the initial clinical assessment before placement in a place of safety, and obviously also any of the other assessments and reporting in terms of J88 or which other whatever other intervention may be required. I think also to indicate, and I haven't heard that mentioned in any of the tip input thus far, is that in the province we do actually also have a structured response and a process flow in the way in which we deal with our victims. And one of the critical resources that is available to us is the 821 hotline, which is a national hotline that is managed through 821 as an NPO in this space. And again, just to indicate this is a great resource available where one can actually make a report on the hotline, and they would do the further screening, linking with the various agencies, obviously with SAPS, and where victims can possibly then be identified and the correct processes put in place for an appropriate response. The hotline number I can share is 0800 222 777. I'm sure a lot of the people in the room know it already, but I thought I'll just make use of this opportunity while I have it. We have dealt with quite a number of child victims during the last financial year in the Trafficking in Persons platform. And the latest number that I have available is 6 victims. Also, just to indicate that from a department's perspective, clearly because of the skills that is required, we have identified designated sites where these victims will present. Clearly, also because of the organized nature of the actual the trafficking environment. And also that as part of the Trafficking in Persons Task Team provincially, we are looking at hotspot areas specifically where trafficking in persons is prevalent, to look at the strengthening of the whole of government and whole of society response specific to that. So areas such as Beaufort West has been identified as a hotspot area, for example, as it is a transitional route. And so points of entry being another such an example. So in sharing this, just to indicate that it is a multi-agency response and that we work together to try and improve the services that we do render. So next I'm going to move on to child deaths, and then wearing my forensic pathology hat, just to share some data just around child death admissions. So as a forensic pathology service, we do admit what is deemed to be unnatural cases. In the last financial year, we admitted in excess of 11,000 unnatural cases to the Western Cape Forensic Pathology Service, of which 1,205 were child deaths. The majority of those deaths were due to unnatural causes. And by unnatural causes, it could be homicide, suicide, drowning, or accidental death. So these would be road traffic injuries, road traffic fatalities, or any other accidental death. We also do admit cases that are deemed to be sudden and unexpected. So, and we classify these as SUDIs, so sudden unexpected deaths in infants. We had 401 of those cases presenting. So often you'll find that, they admitted as a sudden and unexpected death, but on post-mortem examination may be found to be due to natural causes. I'm going to talk to that a little bit later. Then some of them are also the cause of death has not yet been confirmed, because these cases are still under investigation, and that's 227 cases. And then in 41 cases, the cause of death was undetermined. So often in these cases, it would be skeletal remains, or it's very difficult to actually determine what the cause of death was. So for the children 1 day to 11 months, so children under 12 months, the majority of cases admitted to us as unnatural are after autopsy found to be due to natural causes. And this could be due to gastroenteritis, to respiratory disease, or any other natural cause of death. And also, then the next area would be in terms of under investigation. And the reason these cases are still not completed is because of the fact that there's a number of investigations that's required, both perhaps in terms of toxicology, histopathology, or other investigations that meant that the cause of death could not yet be determined. Then also 2% of cases in this age bracket was due to homicide. 4% of these cases accidental, and then sudden unexpected death, or SIDS, is where the cause of death was deemed to due to sudden infant death syndrome, and in those it was a number of 1.4%. For children under the age of, or between the age of 5 to 9, you could see the pattern starting to change in terms of why children die. So children that were admitted in that category, there were 74 cases were due to road traffic incidents, and it was 34% of our admissions were due to road traffic incidents. 26% accidental, 11% or just under 12% due to drowning. And then homicide, we can see a very concerning increase here, that of the cohort presenting to us, 8% were due to homicide, and even more concerning is that the majority of those homicides were due to gunshot fatalities. Children between the age of 10 to 14, again, one will see here quite a big shift again in terms of why children die in this age category. And it's the majority of cases admitted was due to road traffic injuries, road traffic fatalities, and homicide. And again, the same trend that for children, 20% of children that presented that died due to homicide as a result of a homicide was as a result of gunshot fatalities. So 80%, in excess of 80% of those children died as a result of gunshot fatalities, which I think was also mentioned on Friday. It's one of the big victors and drivers of violence within our communities. Then here again, for children aged 15 to 17, in this category, we can see also speaking about the drivers of crime and violence, issues around gang violence, and that these largely young boys die as a result of homicide. And again, 54% to 55% almost of these young children die as a result of gunshot fatalities. But here we also see the increased trend, obviously, in terms of interpersonal violence, in terms of a murder stab being one of the key issues. So how are we able to actually get to this information and be able to present on this is that we have taken a decision in this province, I think in 2014, to implement a child death review process for all child deaths that gets admitted to our province. So initially this was implemented as a pilot project and was then rolled out across the province. So it's generally this approach is implemented only in high income settings, which made it quite obviously challenging to see if we could replicate that within our context and within our setting. So it started off to address poor identification of child abuse deaths. I think there was a case mentioned on Friday as well that it came in as a sudden unexpected in an infant, but with the investigation, with doing the CDR review on this case, it was eventually then signed out obviously as fatal child abuse. It also is to inform policy and interventions to prevent such deaths and to develop an understanding of how and why children die, and to use this as prevention to prevent future deaths. So the vision is to have a comprehensive review of child deaths, and child deaths reviews are obviously also based on specific inclusion criteria, and all suspected child abuse cases and all injury-related child deaths are actually submitted through this formal child death review process. So as I've indicated, it was piloted in 2014. It was a pilot project, research project, that was driven through the Children's Institute and was implemented in Metro West as a start, and then rolled out across the province to all of the geographic areas within the health Western Cape Government Health and Wellness. It is a multi-stakeholder engagement. It is co-chaired by the Forensic Pathology Service and also the Children's Institute, and then included in the panel are pediatricians, neonatologists, epidemiology, surveillance, and also NPA, SAPS, DSD, education, and in some other entities that might join or might be through an ad hoc agreement. So I think the lessons that we've learned thus far with this multi-agency approach is that it does improve communication amongst the actual role players who are responsible for child protection and child health. The pilot initially was established to provide a new way of approaching the investigation and management of child deaths. I think with having SAPS and NPA in the room when the case is discussed, it supports NPA-directed investigation, and SAPS is there in terms of also providing detail around the case specifics. These are confidential reviews, so there's confidentiality agreements that are signed, and it also facilitates a collaborative case management approach from the onset. I think what has also been very beneficial is that there's a speedier outcome and supporting the protection of remaining children in the family. So when these cases are discussed, other children that may be at risk are identified, and there is a formal referral to DSD for early intervention or to enable appropriate intervention within the family. I think also historically, and that's been quite a challenge and a very difficult navigation to make, is that within the management of the investigation of medico-legal death, it is a confidential process, and we generally did not share any information beyond the autopsy. But what the CDR actually provide is a case sharing approach, which also then allow for data to be collated from various data sources, and for a collaborative approach, and having the neonatologist or the pediatrician in the room, there could also be early intervention in terms of preventing other future other deaths, or I think trying to just have the appropriate interventions. I think one example that we learned, and I'm very happy that we have some members from the CDR here, is that one of the key issues that were identified that is that if a twin dies, the other twin is at major risk of dying within a very short period of that death. So through the CDR process, early intervention can be made to ensure that the other twin is actually followed up and brought in, and ensuring that that there is an early intervention. So there's also been some understanding that's been developing in terms of the social context of abuse and neglect, specifically related to homicides. And we've seen that the incidence of fatal child abuse is the highest in the first year of life, that infants or children are mainly killed by someone close to them, that as children age, the risk of being killed by a mother decrease. The role of men, and often the mother's partner, takes prominence as children age. And we often see that in intimate partner violence, often the child is also impacted as a victim directly. That 10% of child homicides are associated with rape, and it mainly perpetrated by a known male. And that we've also seen this has now been kind of almost consistently over the last number of years, that there's about 100 fetuses and or full-term dumped babies that we see yearly. So these are either full-term infants that could be actually then be deemed to be homicide, or that it is not declaring a pregnancy and obviously aborting the fetus. Developing also further understanding is that there are potential modifiable factors that one can look at, specifically in social and psychological support of pregnant mothers and the assessment of their vulnerability. And there's going to be one case that I'm just going to quickly run through that actually highlights that. Parental neglect, particularly very young children, is compromised by social factors. I think it was mentioned just before this input or presentation. Drug and alcohol abuse are associated in a large number of child deaths, and that there's high levels of sexual violence in South Africa that's fueled the burden of rape, murder among children, particularly girls, and this needs to be addressed as a problem of child sexual abuse. So just in terms of some highlights from the unique CDR cases, talking to mental health, and this was the case of a 7-month female infant who was drowned by a mother in the bath, and the mom then shot herself. The mom, and I apologize if I cause any, so if this is difficult, then the House can just inform me and I cannot go through this in detail. I should have put a cautionary out before I actually read this. So there were relationship issues that were identified problematic, and they were separated at the time of the killing. The mother had 2 other children, aged 5 and 7 years, from a previous relationship. And according to the CDR, the mom had shown signs of depression for a few weeks and sent other children to be with the dad and when she committed murder-suicide. So the issue here is that the depression was undiagnosed and the mother's mental health was not viewed as a concern. And so this can be seen as a possible health systems failure if the mother presented for antenatal follow-up, as an example. The other one is of a 26-year-old mom who killed a 2-week-old baby, and the cause of death here was blunt force injuries. The mother informed her mother that she was not coping and was worried that she would hurt the baby. She was diagnosed with schizophrenia and hysteria for the past 8 years and was a patient at one of our facilities. The family did take her to the local emergency center and she was admitted overnight, but discharged. And 2 days later, the baby was found dead by the 6-year-old sibling. So I think these are just some of these are very many other cases that can highlight other aspects in terms of possible failures in the way in which we respond. So I think what the CDR also provides and I'm just detailing this very highly, is just to strengthen service responses and collaboration, both in terms of DSD as a valuable partner in identification of families at risk and in the management of reported cases, from SAPS to improve the criminal investigation, the time and the quality, improved communication with pathologists, and also attending post-mortem examinations. That is so critical because of the sharing of valuable information during that process. The NPA through prosecutor-led investigations. We've seen that a lot of these cases have gone to court much quicker, a much quicker resolution of, or not resolution, but outcome in the court. And then obviously from a health perspective, that these are the only cohort of children that are having a structured quality assurance process, even be it after the fact, too late for this specific child. It provides for peer review and assessment, and also teaching and training and health system strengthening. It also, and sorry for the spelling error there, it really assists with our staff and our pathologists that I think operate in a very traumatic environment, to actually have some improvement in morale, because they can actually see the impact and the outcome. And then obviously what we're also seeing in terms of trying to feed into prevention, and specifically also now with the violence prevention unit linking there. So this is just the acknowledgement for all of those that have contributed. But I think again, just wanted to also, while I have the opportunity, just highlight that on admission of a case to a forensic pathology service, that case is assigned to a specific pathologist and attending clinician who carries or takes that case right through the process. So to conduct the autopsy on the day is not where it starts or ends. That is one part of the whole process. And that's why you would see that there's quite a few cases that are still under investigation. The autopsy, so the actual physical dissection, the retention of that tissue, is but one part of it. The formulation of the actual cause of death, the outcome in terms of the medical legal investigation, is a much longer process, and that might take days, months, years in some cases. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thompson. We will also revert to you in terms of our session just a bit later on. I'm going to give over to the Department of Education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just first of all, Chair and members, my apologies for the opening slide on your handouts. There was a fastest finger error there, so apologies for the typo. And then, since we're close to lunch, I'm sure that the stomachs are rumbling. So I'm going to really do a high-level overview of what from our side we'd like to talk about, and not necessarily stand too much still on each individual slide. But in essence, what I want to focus on this afternoon is looking at it from a child protection perspective. Within the Western Cape Education Department, what are we doing to create safe schools? In terms of the creating safe schools, an initiative to improve stakeholder engagement, the whole Planet Youth. What is Planet Youth? I'll explain a little bit about what is Planet Youth and how is that making sure that we improve the protection of our children, creating safer environments for our children. Wellness hubs, again, a big word. What is an anomaly? What is this word wellness hubs? I'll explain that. Our positive behavior program, the social work integrated management system. We're working closely with the Department of Social Development. And then lastly, the abuse no more protocol that has been revised. First of all, if we look at safe schools, we follow a three-pronged approach. First of all, environmental programs, making sure that the actual physical structure and the environment where our schools are, that is safe. Working very closely to make sure that the actual environment is safe and such a nature to create an environment where our children are out of harm, protected, safe. The next one, developmental programs, really making sure that how do we modify and influence not just the teachers, but the learners, parents, the entire community, where this part of the Safe School program focuses on lots of training and developmental programs to make sure that the environment, that our schooling community is safe. And with that, really making sure that the system, not just the teachers, not just the learners, the parents as well, the entire community, we have an ethos of a togetherness, creating a safe environment. And the last one is system programs. This one is predominantly making sure we, from a Western Cape Education Department side, where we bring in stakeholders, close collaboration with SAPs, close collaboration with other sectors, NGOs, NPOs, other government departments, in making sure that the actual system is safe. Lots of discussions when various speakers spoke about gangsterism, unsafe environments. So therefore, incredibly important thing in creating safe schools is where we get stakeholders outside of education involved with us to make sure that our schooling communities are safe. The next one, Planet Youth. What is Planet Youth? We need to thank the Department of Health and Wellness here for bringing education on board. The program started in 2023 in the George area. In 2025, we expanded it with the collaboration with the Department of Health to 125 schools, where it predominantly focuses on a community, creating a safe community, focusing on hearing the voices of the children within those communities. So within 6 education districts, various communities, we surveyed 55,000 grade 9 learners. Through this process, it really makes sure about listening to the voices of the learners, looking at in that particular community. If we surveyed 55,000 learners in various communities, we have the voice of the community. So therefore, it makes it aware, creates an awareness of substance abuse problems in the area, lack of aftercare programs, poor parental involvement, school disengagement, mental health stresses, poor influence and unsafe social spaces, and low sense of belonging. Through these surveys, and a very important thing for me to outline, during the month of May and June, we finished the surveys. So 55,000 surveys were done in these communities. So therefore, we're busy with the Department of Health and to analyze these so that from that we can have a better understanding in how to tailor make the life orientation programs to based on what the findings are in those particular communities. None of the interventions will be the same because, as I said, the wonderful thing with the Planet Youth program, having the Planeteers involved, is listening to the voices of the community. So if we look at substance abuse in the Kraaifontein area, it is going to be different to that in the West Coast. So therefore, the surveys informs us in terms of these various programs. I'm not going to stand still now because the Chair, the stomachs are rumbling, that we make sure that we tailor make all of these different interventions based on what we gather from the surveys. So the wonderful thing about it is a long-term process. Identify the needs now, put the intervention programs in place. 2 years later, continue with that. The next one is the wellness hubs. The wellness hubs is something that we introduced at the beginning of 2015 or 2025 in all 8 education districts, two hubs per district at the moment. And with that, really to make sure, again, we do not work in isolation. If we look at making sure that we improve child protection, somebody said earlier, nothing without us, nothing about us without us. So really making sure that we get everybody involved. And the wellness hubs are situated in schools so that we can make sure that improve psychosocial support to the learners, to the parents, making sure that in the community improve processes. One of the previous speakers mentioned earlier the difficulties or delays with testing and assessment for learners to go into schools of skills. I'm not going to stand still just on these schools of skills, but the entire screening, identification, assessment, and support process. So the wellness hubs really make sure that getting other government organizations, NGOs, NPOs involved in making sure they improve our screening, identification, assessment, and support processes. Something just outside of the wellness hubs, also in line with the improvement of the screening, identification, assessment, and support process within the WCD during 2025. We also introduced the online SPST module to make sure that we minimize administrative burden for educators. Lots of times, whether it's a scholastic problem, whether it's a school safety problem, whether it's a psychosocial problem, lots of times the referrals aren't made because educators feel that making a referral, there's this administrative burden on them. So making an online school-based support team module really makes sure that we are fast tracking support provisioning, because where it was for a long time, referrals aren't made because of the fact that's seen as an administrative burden, that administrative burden isn't there anymore. So therefore, fast tracking the support. Staying in line with the wellness hubs, that the wellness hubs are situated in such a way also to improve our CS processes. This is just an indication of where the wellness hubs are. And as I said, it's starting with the process and from the building on it. Just to give an indication of the wellness hubs as well, each door to the wellness hubs are geared with outlining different values. So therefore, looking at really creating a space where all values are improved, fostered, and looked after. Just a sense of what some of the hubs looks like. Then the positive behavior program. The positive behavior program is really saying a zero tolerance to bullying, unsafe environment, really creating, this is focusing pretty much on the development and the training aspect that I mentioned earlier, in making sure that we improve, making sure that the schools are a safe space. When we say no to bullying, focusing on the circle of courage. Within the circle of courage, identifying low, moderate, and high support needs, very much in line with screening, identification, and assessment pathway, to make sure that preventative and low, moderate, and low support needs, making sure that we put training initiatives in place to capacitate our educators, capacitate our SGBs, capacitate our learners to think differently. Yesterday there were a couple of instances also on Friday regarding the expulsion processes, the subtle ways of expelling a learner through the suspension route. So the positive behavior programs are really there to create a restorative justice process in making sure that our schools have a better understanding on how to understand, how to support our children. So first of all, preventative, making sure that we put the developmental programs in place to support our educators, support our children as well, to saying no to bullying, to stand up in a positive way. At the same time, then there's little smaller groups, initiatives as well, making sure that through group initiatives, through tailor-made initiatives, focusing on particular needs, focusing on strengthening those. At the same time, there's high-level support needs with the Positive Behavior Intervention Resource Center. The personnel there can be rolled out to go and support a wonderful initiative that was started recently as well, is the Edulus at Peeberg, where there is a fully fledged library that is accessible to all educators, where you can go and first of all, you've got access to the resources, but at the same time, access to specialized personnel to help you in how to deal with difficult behaviors in the classroom, in the playgrounds, at your school, and at the same time as well to have a pull-out system almost for those learners that have really difficult behaviors that we can't manage immediately in our classroom. How do we make sure that we've got a tailor-made support system in place to focus on for lack of a better word, modifying that disruptive behavior. So I'm not going to go through all of these, just and anything regarding the circle of courage. Then the social work integrated management system to the HOD McDonald and social development really need to applaud social development for the system. For about 9 months, we've been sitting on the sideline observing, and it is truly something that from an education perspective, we welcome. It is going to make sure that fast track support, making sure that there is minimal duplication of services, and from our side, particularly with the Form 22s, making sure that there's faster action. So during the month of August, we'll have our focusing with our 73 social workers within education, the advocacy, getting everybody on board to make sure through the latter part of 2025, we will roll that out. And I must really say that is something that as a system, we are really looking forward to. Then last but not least is the update of the Abuse No More protocol. There's been in 2021 and up to now certain changes to the legislation. So I'm not going to stand still on that, but with that, it's required for us within the education department to amend the Abuse No More protocol. So the Abuse No More protocol has been amended, and as from August, we'll start with the social workers within the education department, rolling it out to the different districts, and then making sure that the school-based supporting coordinators are capacitated in making sure that align ourselves with correct procedures to be followed with any suspected and confirmed cases of abuse. And Chair, in a nutshell, that is me. Thank you very much.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much, Mr. Dupree. And I think I should really extend our thanks and appreciation to you and the health and wellness team that was here on Friday and couldn't present, but really agreed to come back this morning. We really do appreciate that. Honorable members and guests, we are going to suspend our session for a lunch break, and we will be back at 1:45, after which we will then engage in a plenary session of questions and answers. The session is suspended. Thank you.
Chairperson?
Apologies,
Chairperson?
can we just have order? I recognize you, Member Boyson.
Chairperson, may we look forward to Uber Eats?
Unfortunately not, member. We would have loved to have you here, but I know you have a dire situation. That's why you can't be here. Next time, member. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. All right, thank you, Chair.
convening our session. I'm going to give an opportunity to Member Stevens, who indicated that she has some questions, and other members can kindly raise their hands as per the meeting protocol. Thank you, Member Stevens. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I've got quite a few questions. I want to start with, there's a saying that says, it takes a village to raise a child. And to me, what happened over the past few days, we are part of that village. And it's our responsibility to make sure that our children are in safe hands and safe out there. So my first question to this, I've got a few questions for social development. Chair, you can say where they must stop. My first question, how does the Directorate ensure coordination between different sectors, health, education, justice, SAPS, etc., when addressing child protection and family well-being? The second one, how are NGOs and community-based organizations integrated into the multi-sectional approach to supporting children and families? Can you provide statistics on reported cases of child abuse and neglect in the Western Cape over the last year and how these have been handled? And how effective has the interdepartmental collaboration been in ensuring timely interventions in child abuse cases? How is the Directorate ensuring that vulnerable families have access to quality ECD programs, especially in rural and underserved areas? And how is the province addressing the funding gap for ECD centers that serve underprivileged communities? How are parenting skills programs being rolled out and monitored across the province? What partnerships exist with the Department of Health or NGOs in tackling substance abuse within families, especially where children are at risk? How does the Directorate address the intergenerational cycle of violence and poverty in families receiving state support? And what preventative measures are in place to support children in households affected by gender-based violence or substance abuse? In the last for social development, I don't know whether the Commissioner, Ms. N. Quitwana, she's here, she's not here. Maybe this is also Director. How is the Director addressing the backlog?
Excuse me, Member Stevens. If the Commissioner should give input, do you mind just holding back on that one?
I'll hold that to the back, yeah.
Okay, sure.
And how are beneficiaries, especially children and caregivers, consulted in the design and review of services? That's for social development, Chair.
Thank you.
As I go on to the others as well, or I think they're not back yet.
Yeah, when they're back.
Stop at social development for
Let's
now.
deal with social development. I do see hands online, members Kasim and Winvogel. We're going to give an opportunity to the HOD. Then I've got my questions. Then I will move online. And maybe even Member Stevens has raised quite a few. So even perhaps my questions are covered in there as well. Perhaps yours online as well. HOD?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In response to Honourable Member Stevens' questions, I'll take them one at a time. There's about 12 questions, so I'll run through those. The first question, how does DST ensure coordination between sectors when it comes to child protection? Social Development Department convenes the Child Protection Forum, Provincial Child Protection Forum, and that has representatives from various departments as well as the NGO sector, and that structure is used to help coordinate child protection matters in the province. So it meets quarterly, and that is the main structure for the province. But then, in addition to that, each local office and each region of social development has its own stakeholder engagements, and they work on various local fora. So in some areas, we're also part of hotspots, the hotspot area-based teams, where we also assist there and work with the SAPs and with local NGOs and others. So there's a lot of different structures, but the main structure is the Child Protection Forum. And then also there is now a ministerial level work, a cabinet committee that's been pulled together for the implementation of the provincial strategic priorities, in particular this provincial strategic priority on the educated, healthy and cared for society, which is set out in the provincial strategic plan. And that cabinet committee, one of the focus areas in that is child well-being. So child well-being is now also a provincial strategic priority, be driven by the cabinet committee together with the relevant HODs who are part of that and support that cabinet committee. So that will child well-being will receive a higher level of priority in this term as a result of that at a ministerial level. The NGOs, how the NGOs and child protection organizations, as well as the community-based organizations, how they are integrated into a multi-sector approach. So I've mentioned already that we do have the forums with the NGOs that do child protection, but there is also the engagements with the local community organizations between our local offices, and there they pull in religious organizations, they work with the community police forums, they work with the neighborhood watches. So the DST's local offices forge a number of partnerships at local level to enable their services. And of course, they also work closely with the station commissioner, the schools and so on. And build a network of organizations locally, but also the organizations that work in child protection. A lot of them also rendering family support services, parenting programs as well. So there's a lot of integration across the sector. There's also a referral system where there are other types of services required, such as substance abuse treatment and GBV services. So it's all about having an effective set of referral pathways where the social workers perform the role of being a coordinating point for the case. The question about child abuse statistics over the past year, that information has formed a part of a parliamentary question as well, and we are providing that. I think it's already been submitted. But I think it might have been a national one.
It was a national one, actually.
Yeah,
but we have submitted information on one of the there was a parliamentary question a while ago. But we can provide it again if needed.
I'll ask Mr.
No, we have no problem.
Maybe you can just call out that and we could just provide the data that you provided.
Yeah, the data is in this morning's presentation. Actually, the one that we presented here, that's actually the latest data.
If you can just, maybe just repeat that.
Yeah.
There was a question about that.
So, okay.
It was the child abuse statistics over the past year.
Yeah. So over the past year, we had various categories that we divided it up. So physical abuse for the whole year was 1,848. Emotional abuse was 1,476, it looks like it, yeah. And then for sexual abuse, it was 2,871. And then 3,369 was for deliberate neglect. So that was just for the last financial year. So our statistics usually start per quarter, so we already have figures again for quarter for April, May, and June. So by July coming up, we will have the first quarter's data again. That will be for 25-26. So this information was the previous year. There's definitely a trend, upgoing trend, specifically with alleged abuse being reported more and more by people. I do think what plays a role is also the fact that we've been very much liaising with Department of Health and Education, where we did talk to them about the Form 22s
how to refer that to our department. So I think there's been an improvement in reporting. That's the one thing. Also, with a lot of our NGOs doing a lot of awareness and early intervention in the communities to make also aware of that. Then I just also want to add, if I look at the research and statistics that was done, people keep on saying that the Western Cape's got the highest sexual abuse cases of children. That's another thing we need to look at because it's not the truth. There's other provinces got much more worse statistics if you look at it proportionally. Our biggest one, as you can see, is deliberate neglect. It's where parents basically under the influence, and most of the cases is that substance abuse is your biggest problem, where they do things, neglect, don't look after the children, don't provide them food, they are under the influence, don't have somebody supervising the child, not taking care of the child at that specific moment. That is an issue that we need to look at how we're addressing that. But that is part of all the things that we look at. And then just a last thought, we have a provincial forum where we've got all the major role players involved. I've put in last week in this forum, I've put in focus groups. And the focus groups I'm looking at is things like statistics, child abuse, that there must be a strong focus from the forum of the Western Cape province to look at that. The second one is adoptions, because there's also issues we need to look at. Another one is foster care, for example. Foster care is another process that we need to tighten up and look at. And then I'm also looking at specific research. There's this wonderful research out there that we need to see how we as departments pull together and actually support each other. I think today, and Honourable Chair, I think what you've done has created another layer without you maybe knowing it. There's a lot of us that do talk to each other on a regular basis, but sometimes we miss information amongst ourselves. Your sessions have just made us actually connect again with each other. Started sharing presentations, sharing information. So already this in itself is positive. Also saying to colleagues now, hey, come to the forum. There's a provincial forum that we've relaunched November last year. You've got to come to this forum because this is then how we follow the stats, the statistics. This is how we look at new plans. I've said with the forum, I'm looking at each region in this province because each region's got a different profile. And we need to look at that so that we can then have little groups in each region looking at how to approach it. And that was actually a penny from Cape Town Child Welfare suggestion, which I think is a brilliant suggestion. So we will be looking at all of those kinds of stuff. But yeah, sorry, I'm talking too much now. So, but yeah, thanks. I was supposed to talk about the stats.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I think you covered some of the other issues that were raised. I think the point about, because the next question was how effective is the interdepartmental cooperation on child abuse, and I think Charles has sort of, Mr. Jordan alluded to that. The forum has been relaunched. We've lost some traction during COVID when some of these things fell away. Also, the child protection or the child abuse statistics have escalated gradually year on year since 2020, which is goes in line with the crime stats generally, because the crime stats took quite a dip in 2020 due to the COVID lockdowns and so forth. And then it started picking up again when the COVID lockdowns ended. So we've seen that the child abuse statistics have increased in line with general crime statistics. Excuse me. So I think the improved cooperation is also emerging between the different stakeholders. The question about access to ECD, that would need to be directed to education because ECD no longer falls with social development. The function transferred in during, I think it was 2021 and 22, right?
April 2022.
Yeah, 21. So from the end of the 22 financial year, it's transferred to education. So the question regarding ECDs would need to be directed to education. The questions regarding partnerships with Department of Health and NGOs on substance use disorder. Yes, we do. We do work with the Department of Health, particularly the Department of Health's mental health services. Some of the patients that they see are what they call dual diagnosis patients. In other words, they have a mental health disorder and a substance use disorder. So sometimes they will take those clients from us if we pick that up, or vice versa. Sometimes they will stabilize those patients, and then those patients can come to our treatment centers for substance use treatment. Department of Health also renders detoxification services for persons who need clinical detoxification, which is usually the case with heroin and strong opiates, as well as the case with alcohol, severe alcohol addiction. If clients are severely addicted to those substances, they can actually die if they are not detoxed in a controlled manner. So then those patients, once they've been detoxed, they can then come over to the Department of Social Development for regular drug treatment programs. The substance use disorders are addressed in terms of the Provincial Drug Master Plan, which is drawn up in relation to the National Drug Master Plan, which is done every 5 years by the National Department of Social Development, but under the auspices of the Central Drug Authority, which is the statutory body set up in terms of the Prevention and Treatment of Substance Abuse Act to coordinate these substance use disorder programs in the country and general efforts to combat substance abuse. So the provincial department also is host to the Western Cape Substance Abuse Forum, which is chaired by a dedicated person at the Department of Social Development. And that forum is attended by all provincial government departments, as well as by SAPs and municipal chairs of local drug action committees. So there's a kind of a organizational structure that exists in the province where local drug action committees report into the Substance Abuse Forum, and then that Substance Abuse Forum reports into the Central Drug Authority. So that is how we coordinate between the departments. And then the NGO sector, we also have a forum of NGOs that provide drug treatment in the province, which is the ones we fund at least. Which our program office on substance use, they engage with that on a quarterly basis with all the funded NGOs. So there is a network in place. I think the role of our local office social workers is to refer clients to substance use disorder services when they pick up cases that require that sort of intervention. If it's children that are severely addicted, there is also the option of our child and youth care centres, where we now offer drug treatment services in the department-run child and youth care centres. And the reason we do that is because where under 18s are needing to be admitted for rehabilitation, then it's essentially a child and youth care service. The Act would require that the place be registered as such. There are also a number of NGOs that we work with that provide rehabilitation services. And I think when it comes to child protection, the concern is both children who need treatment and the parents who need treatment, depending on the situation. So it's in some instances, we have cases where children are removed from parents who are substance users who need to go through treatment before their children can be returned to them. And sometimes the court actually orders that they must complete a treatment program before the child may be returned to their care as one of the conditions of the child returning. The question about how we address the intergenerational cycle of violence and trauma in communities, I think that is there's a growing awareness of the need for trauma-informed care, both in the health sector as well as in the social development sector. And the Department of Social Development our social workers are trained in not all of them, but some of them are trained how to deal with trauma. And we also work with the NGO sector, NGOs that specialize in trauma support, like the Trauma Center and Mosaic and others, where they are able to assist people who need trauma support. I think the department's Victim Empowerment Program Office is, apart from the fact that they are the lead lead unit in the province for gender-based violence programs, are also very much focused on trauma support to victims of any form of violence, and that's part of the work that they do. The trauma support to children is also handled through some of our NGO partners like Jelly Beans and other specialized organizations that are focused on dealing with child trauma, and our social workers can also render those services where they've been trained. I think that the scale of trauma in families in the Western Cape is quite enormous, and just like our child protection services, there is not sufficient coverage yet in this area to say that we are reaching everyone and every area that needs it. There's a lot of work to be done in that space. The question of how we support children in households where there is SUD and GBV, I think I have mentioned already. It's dealt with in an integrated case management approach, where the social worker will decide based on the needs of the family what sort of services have to be rendered. If a child does need to be removed for a period, and that can be done. The Act also provides for the Children's Court to make an order to order that the abusive parent can actually be ordered out of the house, so that the child's life space can continue uninterrupted. Unfortunately, where that has been attempted, the PI Act has been invoked to prevent or rather to hold off on the execution of such an order, which is an unfortunate clash of legislation, because I think that it is a very well-intentioned and good mechanism to be able to order that a perpetrator of violence be ordered out of a home, as opposed to the other child and other family members having to leave instead. But it does seem that at this point in time, there's not sufficient clarity around, which act prevails. And so there has been hesitancy to implement such orders. So it's an ongoing issue. The question of how beneficiaries and caregivers are consulted in the design of services, I think that depends on the nature of services. There are some services, for example, statutory services, that are rendered by social workers in terms of legislation. And those legislative services have been formed through the normal legislative process, where stakeholders are consulted when the legislation is actually done, including with the NGO sector as well as with the general public. So that's the one aspect. The other aspect is social work practices, in terms of methods used by social workers. And there the social workers are applying a range of programs that are based on their professional training, as well as on sometimes specialized forms of training like trauma-informed care, or cognitive behavioral therapy. And those type of programs are specialized programs that have been developed internationally, and in a clinical type of environment, where they test for their efficacy and then become standardized best practices. So consulting beneficiaries on those programs, those sort of things are usually done during the design of these services and the design of these practices. If you want to, I think there's also some locally produced solutions as well, but maybe you can elaborate.
Just maybe also add, actually, to what HUD is saying is, when this process is happening on statutory level, the voice of the child is always heard. And I think that's the one thing that the Children's Commissioner is also very strong on the lobbying processes. But I can confirm, when we actually do a risk assessment of a child on a statutory level, we have got to go into that house, we've got to do a risk assessment. Those children are consulted in the process. Their voices are heard. A lot of the decisions that's been made by the social workers, besides that it's based on evidence in front of them, it will include the voice of the child. There's actually a space on the tool where that is taken into account. But if you look at all other programs, as HUD have said, any awareness program, these programs are being developed because of the need of what's happening in the communities from the parents and what you hear, the voices you hear from the children coming from the school, or where you hear it anyway. Those programs are based. That's why our department even have quite a few boys and men's programs, because that's an issue where men and boys are not even recognized sometimes in child protection services, forgetting the rights of the father. Although it stands very clear in the Act that the father's got just as much rights. So a lot of the men's programs and boys programs do take those voices into account as well from the beneficiaries. That becomes beneficiaries of specific programs. So yeah, thanks.
Thanks very much, Mr. Jordan. So, I mean, essentially, there's a lot of different ways that the beneficiaries can be involved, whether it's, the voice of the child or whether it is also community-based solutions. Like when, for example, we get the GBV Ambassador program up and running, the community is consulted about how they need to go about setting things up, where they think the greatest needs are, which areas should be the focus, and so on. So depending on the type of service, there are different types of ways that people involved can be consulted and become part of the solution. That is, the idea is to try and tailor it as much as possible culturally and locally. So those are the questions, Chair, that I've recorded. I hope I didn't miss anything.
Thank you very much, HOD and Mr. Jordan. I think I'm going to direct my questions and then I'm going online. And there's quite a lot of questions already asked. So if some of those answers are somewhere in between, I'm sure you will be able to point them out. I think my first question, just in terms of the specific measures that the department has put in place to ensure that children that are removed from harmful environments are not prematurely returned to their circumstances. I think that still poses a risk. And how does it monitor compliance? How does the department monitor compliance with these safeguards across the various districts? My second question refers to, I think it was page 20 of the presentation. Given the persistent reports of gaps in the foster care system and alternative care placements, what targeted interventions is the department implementing to strengthen the child protection services, particularly in the high-risk areas? And then also my third question, how does DSD and the Western Cape Education Department work together to track children that are not attending school? And are there any concrete steps being taken to enforce parental responsibility under the law? My fourth question refers to pages 28 and 29 that speaks to the challenges. We speak to the challenges, but what is the needs that needs to take place within the social development space? And then question 5, Ms. Goosen spoke to the mandate of a steering committee of rehabilitation and integration. What is the mandate of that specific steering committee, and who serves on that steering committee? And perhaps just in terms of your comments, Mr. Jordan, with the Provincial Forum, I'm sure there's a lot of us that were not aware that such forum exists. And I'm very happy to hear that you are reconnecting with the various stakeholders and departments going forward. But as much as we might have not known, I'm sure there's members of the public or stakeholders that also don't know. Now, then the one doesn't speak to the other when it comes to statistics, as we've seen earlier on, that, cases are on the rise. What is the mandate of this provincial forum? Who does this forum speak to? How do you draw in the voices of communities and actually that one can see the work? I do understand. I think there was a comment made in terms of the COVID disruption, but there was a relaunch. What is your plan to actively get that forum going And also, I think I've heard, for example, from a lot of people that the local drug action committees are not all responsive and active in municipalities, which means that results in the forum higher, if I can call it like that, because now you will not be able to draw the real scenarios within communities if they are inactive elder committees. There's not chairpersons represented from a number of municipalities in the province, which doesn't give the true and real reflection. How do you deal with that? Thank you, HOD, and then I'll give over to Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think I'm going to start with your last question because it's fresh in our memories. Yes, quite correctly. So the Provincial Forum is a child protection forum looking at two main things. That is to strengthen and coordinate all activities on a provincial level regarding child protection services. So that provincial committee was in place quite correctly for a few years, unsuccessful. And I'm not going to go into that, unfortunately, today, why it was unsuccessful. But I have personally made a thing of it last year to relaunch it November last year. October. So we had now only the second one. So it's still very, very fresh. It's not something that's been running for a full year as yet. The main thing of this is, besides the fact that this is a provincial forum where all departments are being invited, there's going to be a membership. The membership is where departments, NGOs, police, the NPA, everybody needs to sign a membership thing that this person is the permanent member of this forum. Because what happens with a lot of forums, people come there from a department side of stuff and then you disappear because life takes over. If you do not attend with 2 sessions, you're no longer a member and your head of department will be informed. So it's a much more structured process looking at that. Then to add to this, there's already regional forums that's starting to run. So, for example, our local offices have their own forums in the region where they've got very good relationships with health and education, as an example on those forums, child protection forums. So those things are already in place. The LDEX, although it's not in my field or my portfolio, those LDEX should be able to read into the local child protection forums, because there's also a VEP forum on a local level. So without creating too much forums all over, people get very tired of attending this forum, that you don't even know. We've actually come across some government officials would sit on 4 forums because they go like that of each other. So it was realigned things to make it more smoother, to align it better. The Child Protection Forum will look at various things that will pull up from the local level, because that was missing. So if there's an issue in Laingsburg on child protection matters from the SAPs, from education, from DSD, from our DCPOs, that must pull through to the provincial, so that if that's a challenge, we on a provincial level can take that challenge on. So it's not operational work. We're not going to sit there and debate casework of individual cases. It's looking at challenges that's blocking the system, where you don't get cooperation from a specific institute, organization in a specific area. That's to identify those kinds of stuff. The DCPOs and even our own regions that push the information through, like from the communities, they do represent communities as well. But part of our awareness and lobbying, we will also enforce lobbying and awareness raising. And that's where your children and your communities are also then pulled in. This forum, for example, will probably look at something like approving the 365-day plan on child protection. There's a 365 day where we've got a program for 365 days. Then it's Child Protection Week that just passed now a few weeks ago. That kind of stuff can be looked at on that provincial level, approving it. This forum will not be the ultimate decision-making platform. Your ultimate decision when it comes to rendering child protection services is invested on executive level, still with the minister of this department as the lead department on child protection services. And secondly, the accounting officer that must approve certain things. This forum, however, if there's stuff that blocks us, it will be escalated where it didn't happen before because of the lack of this whole vehicle. I must say I'm very positive about it because the first time when we relaunched it, I was a little bit nervous, thinking, oh, are we actually going to achieve what we want to achieve? And now the last meeting was now last week, and I could see for the first time people are starting to get into it, starting to understand what are we. There's still a few things to fix and to align. And then it would be, as soon as we settled, we will definitely invite somebody from the standing committee, even a person like yourself. We would like to have the Children's Commissioner, the new one that's going to be appointed, to actually be part of this provincial forum as well. So we're really trying to cover all bases. And what would be nice also with the voice of the child coming through to that level would be from the Children's Commissioner, because part of their lobbying and advocacy is a lot with speaking to the children and having children's ambassadors and so forth. So that voice will have to come through the Commissioner into that platform as well. So that's how I envisage the future with this forum as a vehicle, and how we're going to drive it amongst ourselves as government departments, but DSD being the lead in that process. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. So I'll maybe go back to the beginning, and that was what measures has DSD put in place to ensure children removed and not prematurely returned, and how do we monitor compliance? So when a child is removed from on an emergency basis, then the social worker must go before court within 48 hours to get an order that the child be placed in temporary safe care pending investigation of the matter. And that is a 90-day period the social worker has to go and do an investigation into whether or not the child needs to be placed into longer-term foster care. During that time, then the social worker has to go and engage with the parents and do an assessment of the child's situation and develop a plan for that child, and then return to the court with a full report with recommendations to the court. And the presiding officer then makes a decision whether or not to order that the child be returned to the parent or to order that the child be placed into foster care for a 2-year period. Now, what we tend to find a lot, unfortunately, is that because this foster system is quite under pressure, 90 days can be extended. So the bigger problem we're sitting with at the moment is actually trying to get those orders done timeously and get that and not exceed the 90 days. And it can be quite difficult sometimes as well if the parents are not cooperative and so on. But it's also where the caseloads become a real or the issue becomes manifest. So in that 90-day period, the social worker has to establish if the child's at risk. Now, one of the things that has helped to ensure that the children are not returned when they shouldn't be returned is the introduction of the safety and risk assessment tool, which is a very comprehensive tool that was introduced nationally for social workers to use to basically determine whether a child is at risk and should stay in the home or not stay in the home. And that is part of that investigation that is then brought before court. Now, the issue with before that was introduced is that sometimes social workers would return children to a high-risk situation, and we've had cases of that before, going back 10 years or so, and we've seen that, and that was why that was introduced. Since then, we haven't seen a lot of instances where social workers are returning children prematurely. I think there are cases where the safety and risk assessment tool hasn't been applied, and then the social workers have not acted on the case properly, and that's where we see things falling down. But by and large, where that tool is applied properly, it's been quite effective in making sure that the right decision is made for the child. The other aspect is that, and we're seeing this a lot with street children, is children being taken from the streets and placed into secure care, and then being released back to their parents' care after about 6 months. And we find that that's not enough time for them to rehabilitate. So we've been trying to keep them longer and convince the magistrate that they need more time in the system. The monitoring of cases is now starting to be done on the social development integrated management system, which is the SWIMS, and sorry, social work integrated management system. And there we can now monitor cases in terms of where they're at and when they're due to return to court, and also make sure that all of the necessary tools, including the safety and risk assessment tool, are used when the case is being managed. So that enables us then to pick up if there are children who are sitting too long and that their cases are not being resolved. And I think that's so from where we are sitting at the moment, and that goes to the next question, is one of the following questions is how we are tracking children. That is now going to be rolled out to the education department as well, as you've heard from my colleague over here. And the intention then is to have a seamless flow of cases. So I think the electronic case flow system is a key tool to help us monitor to make sure children are being handled appropriately in the system, that they are not being returned too early, but also that they're not being forgotten in the system and when they should be returned. I must say that the bigger issue we have picked up, as I say, is children staying longer than they should, because reunification is a problem. And also sometimes because the time it takes to complete that 90-day investigation goes on too long. And that's probably our bigger issue. But obviously, from a risk to the child perspective, the return of a child that shouldn't be returned is a big concern. What we have picked up, one of the issues we've picked up is particularly with children with special needs, it can be very hard to find a foster placement. And that is a big concern for us. So the children need to be removed, but there are no parents who are equipped to deal with that case because it requires specialized skills, and then the child is not removed. And then the child continues to be subject to a risky situation where the parents are unable to care for them properly, and they can deteriorate in those circumstances. So I think the broader concern we're having now is we're beginning to find it increasingly difficult to find foster placements for special needs children. And the capacity of the foster care system is really under strain in terms of the number of safety and foster parents available and the number of spaces in child and youth care centres. It's under huge strain. So, we don't want to get to a situation where we're sending children back or we're not removing them simply because there's no space. That would be, I think, disastrous. The gaps in the foster care system, I think I've mentioned some of them, but the need for that integrated management system is very clear, and we are rapidly rolling it out. So we do anticipate that we will have that in full effect within probably the next year or so with the NGOs and DSD. And that will be a big step towards tracking cases, making sure things are not falling through the cracks. The other thing is also where we've embarked on a process, a collaborative process with the NGO sector, and where child protection organizations are struggling. We are then starting to step in as DSD and take over some of the areas that they were dealing with, particularly in high-risk areas. We are picking up that some of the NGOs rendering child protection services are not coping. The salaries they pay, as you heard from Ms. Devote earlier on, are not high enough to attract workers to be in those areas. And so we are now starting to have to take over those areas. So there's a lot of coordination work required from the department side to try and make sure we don't have services collapsing in those areas. And as I say, we can step in, and then sometimes the NGOs can take another area that is easier to service that we then relinquish to them. So there's a lot of that work underway. I think the other issue with the gaps in foster care is that there has been this national initiative to introduce legislation that means that not all children who are without parents need to go into the foster system. And that is the kinship care that was spoken about on Friday. And that kinship care option is slowly starting to be taken up. We are starting to see some children going into that option, which doesn't require social development then to tend to those children in foster care because they're placed with grandparents, they're placed with aunts and uncles. The only thing is our social workers are still being required to do the report for that kinship placement before SASSA is willing to issue the top-up grant that goes with kinship placements. So there is quite a lot of work coming our way, even though it was meant to relieve the pressure on the foster care system. The other aspect of the national of the North Gauteng High Court around putting in measures to reduce the foster care backlog was the regular reporting, which we do to the court and to the national government on the foster care backlog to keep track of how many cases are outstanding that need to be extended. And we do that regularly. And then lastly, also the National Department of Social Development via the Minister passed regulations that states any child that's currently in foster care, even if the order expires, is still deemed to be legally in foster care. And that's to enable SASSA to continue paying the grant even after the child's expiry date has been reached and they haven't extended the foster care order. It's not an ideal solution, and the magistrates want to be able to see that at least every 2 years they can check on what's happening with the child. So it's not something that we want to rely on too much, but it is there as a fallback so that foster parents don't lose the foster grant. In terms of the challenges and the needs, I think the biggest one is resources, financial, human resources. The public service, DPSA, has been very tight on controlling expansion of organizational structures in the public sector for the last year and a half or so, due to the very tight constraints on the national fiscus. And as a result, it's made it very hard for us to add posts where we need more social workers, and it's put a lot of strain on the department. We have tried to mitigate that by giving funds to the NGOs to have more posts in the NGO sector for social workers, but unfortunately those posts are hard to retain, as we heard. And then just generally budgets to cover our operational costs and the budget for the NGOs. We haven't been able to increase the NGO funding as much as we want to and need to, particularly for child protection. But it's a crisis in all sectors, not just child protection. The last question I had was the mandate of the steering committee on rehabilitation reintegration in the child and youth care centres, which was Ms. Goosen's presentation. That is basically a committee that determines early release for children who have committed crimes and who are in the system, and that stems from the human rights obligations of government to treat minors in the same level of fairness as adults. And in South Africa, adults are afforded the opportunity for early release in the criminal justice system. Now, minor children have not got that opportunity in terms of the legislation, but we need to treat minors the same as we treat adults. So that is to hear cases of potential early release of children who are in the system. And the question of who is on that panel, who serves on the panel, it would be the center manager, the social worker for the child, the psychologist at the center, the occupational therapist, the education officer, and other staff who work with the child, and they then make recommendations on early release based on the child's progress in the secure care environment. And it's also then tested with a holiday release first to see if the child can cope being back in the community, and if that goes well, then early release can be afforded to the child. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, HOD. Did you touch on the collaboration between social development and WCED? with regards to kids not being in school and enforcing the parental obligation?
So I think WCD might be better placed than us in terms of the question of enforcing parental obligations around school attendance. There is a truancy officer program to pick up on children who are not attending school. But when our social workers receive cases of children not in school and other risk factors are at play as well, then they start to engage the family and start to address it as a child protection matter. So it really depends on the case. It's dealt with on a case by case basis. But if the only issue is non-attendance of school, then that does tend to be more in the education department space. But if it's a child's involved in other risk activities or is being neglected and so on, then social development deals with it as a child protection matter. So there is also the system of social workers who are in education who refer cases that are more than just an attendance issue. They then refer those cases over to social development. At least that's how the model's intended to work. And that's where we want SWIMS to close the gaps, because we know that that's not working 100%.
On that point, Honourable Chair, my colleague Annemie van Reenen, which is our Chief Director of the Regions, she's got a set meeting with Dr. Kemp, which is the head of the Social Workers of Education Department. So it's also looking at refining that referral process with regards to when a child is stop attending school, dropping out, so that there's a referral so we can pick it up to see how we can intervene within the family or in that community where that child has stopped. What's the reasons? What's going on? Is there substance abuse issues in this house? Is it poverty? Why is this child staying away? So that referral system is also being strengthened at this stage between the two of them. Thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Dupree, I just wanted to ask, can you please note that so that we're now just moving down the line in terms of how presentations took place. So when we get to you, then you can also address that one. Just perhaps a quick question, since you mentioned the regular engagement with the social worker head of education. Doesn't it make sense that social workers should all resort under social development? I mean, do you need to have that constant referral? Isn't that also time sort of wasted in the sense?
I think, and actually you will probably be able to give more. I think it's got to be a political will, point one. Point two, but from an official's point of view, I think there is opportunities for working together. It will probably improve referral systems if we've got all under one roof. That's from my viewpoint as a government official. But yeah, I don't know what actually he thinks about it. Yeah.
Chair, I think there are some provinces where that is how it works. It's not a prescribed setup. It's how we've sort of come into the system and found things have been. I don't know at what stage, or if at any stage they were together. But I suppose there are pros and cons of both approaches. For us, I think it would make sense to have it under one roof. But if you have an integrated management system for those cases, then it will matter a bit less whether it's a separate department or not. I think it's a question of also what type of model we use. Because the education department uses the social workers as part of a multidisciplinary team that supports the school governing bodies, or rather the school districts team, or no, what do you call them? Circuit teams, apologies. The school circuit teams, and they work then with the schools and support them in their particular circuit area. So that was the model that was applied. But if social work all fell under social development and we then work directly with schools, or we work through the circuits, then there could be some benefits to that as well. I think in the end there has to be probably an organizational design assessment of what would be the most desirable outcome if that question does come. Because there are also social workers in the health department as well. There's also social workers in correctional services and others. So Yes, I mean there's pros and cons to both, and we can't say for sure what would be the best setup until we've actually tried both. I think we've only had experience of one model, which is where education has their own social workers and we have a separate team. But I think one would need to look at other province to see how it's worked. We wouldn't be opposed to it being under one, but in the end, I think it's also a decision that has to be informed by some careful assessment.
Thank you very much, HOD. I'm going to move online. Member Kasim, your questions relating to the presentation by social development.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Based on the presentations that were done since this morning, mine is only two for now. The first one is around the adoption of children, specifically internationally, and then also around the Tutuzela sectors. I just wanted to check, Chairperson, what are the stats for international adoptions and how many people are currently adopting children in SA? And then just to get clarity on this, especially around how the department ensures proper oversight is done when it comes to international adoptions. And then also, I wanted to check in terms of human trafficking, especially in poorer communities, which are targeted communities. Has there been any recent cases, Chairperson, registered with the department? And if yes, which areas are currently the hotspots in the Western Cape? And then how many cases has been registered? Chairperson, I know that there were stats given in the report for foreign trafficking and the successful stories of how these children has been saved. But I also want to get clarity on the stats for South African children and South African women being targeted, and then how many has been saved from these trafficking incidents. And then in terms of the Tutuzela centers, Chairperson, I just wanted to check the 10 Tutuzela centers, are they spread across the entire province? And then where exactly are they located? And then what is the funding method or module for these centers? Because many social workers who have been working at these centers for more than a decade still do not have access to pension benefits. And then lastly, in terms of the Tutuzela centers, I've done oversight at several centers, and there's a specific center that I want the department to maybe look into, because there seems to be a tendency at the specific Tutuzela center where doctors on duty would question why rape victims are just showing up, and that an appointment should be made when they come to the center. And when the rape victim shows up at the center, they would need to wait until the doctor arrives there because they're not yet at the center. I mean, a child or a victim who'd already been in a traumatized state, and then to be treated in that manner is unacceptable, to say the least. Now, these are just some of the complaints, Chairperson, coming directly from the staff working at the Tutuzela Center. Specifically, I think they're located at the Victoria Hospital. And just lastly, to add another complaint, which I wanted to look into, the doctors deployed at the center are a married couple. So the doctors, if one doctor is not available, the other will just work both shifts throughout the week. So I wanted to check, is this the process that a rape victim needs to call and make an appointment before they come through for assistance, or should these doctors be daily on standby at the sentence? And then lastly, like I said, if I could request an oversight visit to the center at Victoria Hospital to look into the complaints of the staff members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Kasim. Members, can I please ask, for the sake of time, that I know you need to give some context to your question, but please keep it short. We just need to return to the chambers to give our stakeholders also an opportunity. Member Van Vogel.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, mine, I will try to be short. Mine is on slide 6. I just want to know, in terms of the statutory child protection services, what work has been done to investigate the pregnancies of children in the province, including those as young as 10? Because I believe this is a serious crisis when hundreds of children under 15 fall pregnant every year. What has been done to investigate and address its issues? Because I want to agree with the sentiment expressed by one of the speakers on Friday, who stated that our laws are wonderful, yet the implementation is a concern. Then secondly, Chair, What is the number of children living in the street in the province, and what is being done to support them? As Member Stephen so aptly mentioned, the notion that it takes a village to raise a child. It's especially relevant here. And as part of that village, we cannot ignore the plight of our children who are being left to sleep on the streets in the cold weather. Then lastly, Chair, my last question, in terms of the social workers, I want to understand what is the fundamental reason for the challenge we are experiencing with certain services, especially the social workers, especially when it comes to rural areas, considering that this issue is worsen the increasing social problems in the rural communities, and do you have a strategy to address the challenges? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Windvogel. Member van Manen.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think most of my questions have been asked, but I mean, we've listened to a whole lot of stats over the last couple of days. What I really want to know is COVID, the effect of COVID, and more specifically, lockdown, for whatever it was, almost 2 years. What was the effect of that on children of the province? Have we got any studies that are being looked into? And are there any, I mean, I know everyone's tight for money, but are there any remedial measures that are being taken to deal with the results of children being in lockdown in awful family circumstances, missing clinic appointments, missing school, all that kind of thing? If we could please have some information on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member van Manen. I recognize Member Kamfer.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is very short, Chair. I listened a lot of questions from Friday. It's a very important session. Chair, mine is, let you check, is there still a backlog in numbers of children in fast case in the whole province? That is all, Chair.
Does that cover your question, Member?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Kamfer. I give over to the HOD.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. So I'll start with the Honourable Member Kasim's questions and then go from there. The first question on international adoptions and how many people are adopting children in SA from other countries, as well as how oversight's done. International adoptions is a mandate of the National Department of Social Development, and they have not designated or delegated that function to provinces. So that is done through the national, it's called the Central Authority for Adoptions. And they keep all of that information, and they also accredit organizations to do international adoptions, and they sign off on international adoption. So we don't keep that information. I think we might have access to it. I'm not sure, but we don't have it ready to hand. As I say, it sits with the national department. The question on human trafficking, recent cases of human trafficking, yes, there's been some cases of human trafficking. We have got the statistics on that. We can provide it if requested by the standing committee, because I don't think we've got, I've got some detail here. I've got 10 cases of children being trafficked specifically. And then the others, so there's more adults. We generally find more adults trafficked than children. So if there's a need for more detailed information on human trafficking, we can provide that in writing. We have been picking up that some of the people who are being trafficked, it's for labor purposes, and it can be on the farms as well. Sometimes where you've got seasonal workers being brought in, and then they're just sort of left in the country, and we've actually had to take people back to the border because they've just been left here. So there's a lot of issues with trafficking and then semi-trafficking, where the people are sort of brought here on a false premise, or they're brought in and then they're just abandoned here. So there's those sort of things that we have to address. I see that I've been sent that it was 11 adults that we've got in recently that have been trafficked. So 10 children, 11 adults. It's a growing issue, but the majority of cases, the question was how many South African people being trafficked. I think the majority of these cases are foreigners at this stage. But we can try and get more data for the committee if it's requested in writing. We'll be happy to assist. The question about the 10 Thuthuzela care centres, where they are situated, they are situated across the province. Our funding for those centres, so those are a joint initiative between the NPA, DSD, and the Department of Health. So the Department of Social Development funds the psychosocial support services, the counselling services at the Thuthuzela care centres. The Department of Health renders the health services, the doctors and the medical testing and things that have to be done to gather evidence from the rape victims. And then the NPA assists with the opening of cases. The question about the Victoria Hospital and having to make appointments with the doctors and so on, I'd have to defer to the Department of Health for that question, because, as I say, social development is funding the counselling services there, but we don't manage the overall centre. The centre is managed by the hospital, so that question would need to go to the Department of Health. The questions from Honourable Member Windvogel, the question of what is being done to investigate child pregnancies. Where there's allegations that a child has been sexually abused by an adult, social development then needs to intervene and, if necessary, open a case with the SAPs, which they do. If there's a child that's pregnant from another child, then social development will need to step in and assist with the psychosocial support services to both children, and also address the risk of a young child having another child. There'll need to be parenting support. Sometimes the child will have to be put up for adoption, or the child will have to be placed somewhere. So it depends on the case again. But some of the child pregnancies are happening because of adults, and there it's possibly statutory rape. If it's two children, though, it's not statutory rape. So it's complicated. We can't speak generically about it, but I do think what we've picked up is that there are cases which should be reported to the SAPs that perhaps are not, because there's a bit of a, I'm not sure how to explain it exactly or how to phrase it, but for some of the health professionals and others involved, there's an issue about patient confidentiality versus the need to report. And I think there's some uncertainty about, when do you lay a charge versus when do you sustain the confidentiality of your patients. I'm not sure exactly what the law says about the ethics of that, and the same would apply for social workers too. But my general understanding is that if there's a rape, obviously the matter must be reported. But it's the reporting rate is not always consistent. The question about the number of children living on the street in the province, there's not definitive figures on the number of children on the street. It always changes, and a lot of the children we pick up don't live on the street. They actually come in on the train, and they come and try to what they call scuttle, to find money, find things, and then they go back home in the evening, or they spend a night on the street and then go back after the weekend or whatever. So there's there's a lot of different cases that are happening where children are genuinely living on the street and they have nowhere else to go. Then we take them into the system. Where children are coming in, then we first look at whether they need to be placed into the child protection system, and often they do, because sometimes the parents are even sending their children. The cases when the parents are unable to control the child and the child needs to be put into, for example, secure care, because in terms of the Children's Act, if a child has behavioral challenges as uncontrollable by a parent, that is one of the reasons for a child to be placed into secure care. So a lot of the children who are on the street end up in secure care because they have behavioral challenges. Some of the children are also being sent by their parents to the street, and there they need to be then placed into child protection as well, because they're being abused essentially by being forced to go out and find money for the family. There are some children on the street who are being trafficked and used to sell drugs as well. And there again, we need to bring them into the child protection system. So in most instances where there are children on the street, we will deal with it as a child protection matter and take the child in. The difficulty comes in when you're trying to catch the children sometimes, because they're very fast. Sometimes they also get into groups. I've personally had to try and help bring in some children in the town a few times now in the vicinity of the CBD, and I've seen how it becomes a chase, and then the SAPs have to help to get the children, and it can be quite difficult for them to catch these children because they are fast and they're sometimes in groups as well. So what we've given our social workers a standard operating procedure on how to deal with children on the street, and also to bring them in one at a time. There's been attempts to do big operations where the SAPs work with social development and the city's law enforcement and try and round up 10 children at a time, so-called clear an area of street children, and then they bring them into the children's court, and then only to have them all run amok in the children's court, and then quite a few of them disappear because the court can't deal with the situation. So it's a pretty tricky thing bringing children off the street into the system, but we brought in over 100, I think, in recent years into our secure care environment, and that is where they do best, because at least for the first year or so, they need to be in a secure environment before they can go to a less secure environment. It's not a punitive approach. It's just that they will run away. We've tried normal child and non-secure child and youth care centres like the Homestead, where they've been placed and then they just abscond almost immediately. So secure care is actually usually the requirement for them. The question about social workers, the challenge with social workers in rural areas. What we are finding is a lot of the NGOs are struggling to retain social workers in rural areas, and we've seen quite a few NGOs closing their doors in rural areas because of the fact that they can't retain social workers on the salaries they pay. What we've had to do about that is that social development's own staff have had to step in those areas. That's the only way really that we've been able to sustain services. So in some, as I mentioned before, the two most difficult areas for the NGOs to service is rural areas, especially deep rural, and then also areas where there's a lot of crime and safety issues. And those we've started having to move our own capacity into those areas, and then look at where the NGOs can help in areas that are easier to work in. The question from Honourable Member Van Minnen about the effect of COVID. I'm sure there is extensive research happening already around the impact of COVID on people generally and children particularly. But I think in our space, we've seen a big uptick of children coming to the system, a very, very sharp increase since COVID. There have been fatalities of parents. So that some children have been orphaned by COVID due to deaths. But it does also seem the economic and social effects of COVID have made children more vulnerable to the extent that families are breaking down. There's a lot of divorces happening. There's a lot of domestic violence happening. So that has put a huge strain on the child protection system. and we're trying to respond as effectively as we can. We've been talking about some of the measures we're putting in place to increase efficiency, and of course tried to bring in more capacity. But I think also in the space of the education system, we know the education department, I don't want to speak on behalf of them, but they have had a big drive to catch up those lost hours during the lockdown. In the education department, there's also been a big focus on trying to get children back on track for vaccinations, because a lot of routine vaccinations have fallen behind in the health sector. And also to try and mitigate nutrition issues. There has been a large increase in the amount of money the province has allocated for food security to try and mitigate the impact of the deepening poverty on nutrition of children. So those are some of the measures, but there's probably a lot more to be said about the impact of COVID, its effect on children, and the hastening into the online space and the effects of the greater reliance of being online and social media and so on is also starting to affect children's environment and their experience of childhood. And we'll only be seeing the effects of that probably in years to come. The last question, Honourable Member Kampfer, is there still a backlog of children in foster care? Yes, there is. There are some children is still needing to have their foster care orders extended. Some of them have become, they've disappeared from the system because they cross into other provinces or they move and don't tell us. And then there's others that are, there's just so many cases that we can't get it all through in time. As I said, there's a mechanism now in law that's extended the validity of those for SASA purposes, but there does remain a backlog, and all the departments in the country report on it regularly to the National Department, which has to also report back to the court. I think that is all the questions I have, Honourable Chair.
Much HOD, with having dealt with members online, we are now moving back to the chambers. Is there a response from Health and Wellness?
Chair, I think there was a question to the Department of Health and Wellness related to
Yes. Can I please ask you the same as I've asked Education, that you just note that response when we get to your part, because I'm now asking you in the order of which it was presented. Thank you. Any stakeholder in the chambers that wishes to raise a question or comment? I recognize Mr. Mohammed, the gentleman at the back, Ms. Nivoud, and Mrs. Jones. In that order, please. Yes, please. We are now dealing with social development, the question to social development.
Okay, I'll be signing for those online who can't see me. I'm Jabbar Mohammed. With social development, I loved your presentation, and I've noted there are a few things that I would like to address. Yes, I know that DST has a lot of things that get thrown in your way, but these are comments probably for the future or maybe future concerns that we would like to address in general. I see you do early childhood development, you do screening, early intervention, and so forth, but I haven't seen anything that relates to the deaf child or a child with disability. What are we doing for those children specifically? What services are we providing for them? As you have said before, you have your life skills, safety, social delivery needs for children in need, but how does that then translate to the children with disabilities and deaf children? Yes, we do have NGOs and NPOs that deal with that issue. However, there is nothing on the UN Convention on Rights with Persons with Disabilities on Article 7 that says that children with disabilities need to be protected. So just to summarize my question, I don't want to speak too long. And no, we have a lot of GBV happening. There are a lot of things, ills in the community that are happening right now in South Africa, and I've done research myself because I am a deaf presenter as well. And I've seen there's a lot of potential where we can provide visual aids and visual role models, so to speak. So, for example, with deaf children, they learn better when they see representation. We can do maybe videos that have role play that can also be inclusive of South African Sign Language. Not necessarily animation, or too much reading documents, but visually making them able to learn and incorporate that information for themselves. Tools that would be well fitted to deaf children, deaf infants and so forth, and that would be inclusive of South African Sign Language. I understand that social development has a limited budget for resources, but we need to have disability in the social development department so that we can make sure that those children are catered to. It's not just about working with sign language interpreters. We also just want representation on the spot when things are happening on the ground. We need to be able to assist children. There's a lot of inaccessibility when it comes to deaf children. So we need to make sure there's a representative role played by a person who is deaf, that they will be able to relate to that. So what I want to say is that we need more deaf-led or deaf leaders or disabled leaders in the departments, not people who became deaf later in life or became deafened, but people who have lived the experience because they understand what the challenges are. So we have a lot of children that come into DEFSA that need assistance. So we have a social worker right now. But then there's a language barrier and the cultural barrier when it comes to the social worker and the child. We don't want to necessarily say no role for the sign language interpreter, but we want to be able to say that you can communicate freely on the spot without needing an intervention from a third person. Because for the past 17 years, we've been advocating for the same things over and over again: access to communication, inclusive policies, deaf-led policies, not something that is done by a third person. People who understand the disability and have lived the experience, trauma experience, counseling, as well as deaf-led initiatives where we can know that we've lived this experience, we know what deaf culture is, we know what deaf people would need, so we can share those experiences. But the bottom line is that for the minutes of this committee, it is important to mention deafness and disability specifically so that it can be included. Thank you. Sorry, I will email my notes to you, Chairperson, in the order that I've written them. Thank you.
Appreciate. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed. Then the gentleman at the back, if you don't mind, just reintroduce yourself, please.
Sure. Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Daniel Peter. I'm an attorney and researcher at the Equal Education Law Centre, and I specialize in child safeguarding. Chair, my question obviously is for the DSD as well, but it's based on the presentation given by the Children's Commissioner, or the acting director of the Children's Commissioner, specifically on prevention and early intervention protection. And we're also very painfully familiar with the fact that a lot of these programs are obviously dependent on Treasury allocations, but there's a particular context for prevention which makes those programs especially dependent on Treasury for allocations, which is that unlike response obligations, which are somewhat better laid out under the Children's Act, prevention obligations, especially pre-early intervention prevention obligations, are not as well enumerated under the Children's Act. And so very often allocations made by Treasury especially depend on strong advocacy by whether provincial or national departments. So this is not a criticism, it's more a question, is whether as the DSD you could perhaps speak to some of the advocacy that you have done, which I know you had mentioned briefly this morning, doing with Treasury, but specifically some of the advocacy initiatives you've done for funding of prevention and early intervention programming. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter. Then I move over to Ms. Nieuwoud and straight after Mrs. Jones.
Thank you, Chair. It's not a question. I just want to make a remark on what our colleague said. And I think it's important for the chamber to take note that the average caseload for a social worker in foster care is 185 children per social worker. That exclude services to the foster parent. It exclude the reunification family. That can also comprise of more. And it also excludes children in CYCCs, where the case manager remains the social worker for the duration of the child in a CYCC. That means visitation to the child in a CYCC, attending panels, and also, again, services rendered to the family. Another thing that come up on Thursday in our forum meeting is the reporting of delinquent foster parents. And social development will take it up with national so that we can create a platform where we can report these foster parents so that we can take them out of the system at all. And then just from my side is the matter that fathers still have to fight for their rights to be recognized. I cannot understand why a father must apply to any court for the rights to see his children. And as long as we have that option in the law, we leave the door open for mothers to oppose visitation rights of fathers. And I think that is also something that we need to take serious. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nevold. Mrs. Jones?
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I have just one question, but I also have the solution. I think it must work. Taking the mother away from the children and putting the children in foster care. And I'm speaking from what I observe daily in my area. Mothers that is on drugs. Their children are being taken away from them. So now they have left with no responsibility whatsoever. So there is no intention of them going for rehabilitation. That is the court order. They have to go to get their children back, but their hands are free. So my suggestion to DSD is, and to the broader committee, is that maybe we should rethink that situation where we get institution where the mother can still be with the children and get these treatments so that bond is not broken. Because right now, the mother is separated from a child. And I'm talking from 3 people who each has 4 children, and the 4 children is now for the last 3 years in foster care, and they make no effort whatsoever to get their children back. That is what I witness and observe on a daily basis. So I think that we must rethink of just removing the children. I know it's in the interest of the child's safety. And myself was a whistleblower on one of those matters where the mother would stand 11:30 on the corners with a child in the rain because she's busy with her thing. And so I would also suggest that we find alternatives to not break that bond, but still allow that mother to have that responsibility of caring for her own child. And put her into some program where she can learn, because some of them, 2 of them as matric in my area personally, and they make nothing with their life. The 4 kids are away from them and they have the freedom to walk the streets of Mitchell's Plain. So I would suggest that is something that should be, our focus should change in that thing where we just remove. We must try and get that family bond back and restore that responsibility to the mother.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Jones. Ma'am, I'm going to give you an opportunity. Commissioner, do you have a question or comment? No.
The question, Chairperson?
Okay, sure.
It's a short one. It's a very short one.
Right. Now, the lady next to you first and then to you, Commissioner. Can you please reintroduce yourself for the record? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and everyone in the House. Again, my name is Anelisa Mlagalaga, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Being a long-lasting social worker, as young as I am, however, speaking from the basis of the community, this is a suggestion. This is a suggestion, and I would wish that the House can take it seriously. I know from this level, we are at provincial level. However, I would wish for the speed cascading of this information to the local services officers or to the regional, however you name it. Because at the end of the day, from those communities, that is where we get the states that we are talking about here. I don't have a problem with the policies of the department. They are on spot, but my concern are the implementers. And no offense, Betty, but if we're going to keep on saying that the ratio of a social worker to, I feel like it gives my colleague some sort of relaxation when it comes to work, because they know if it happens that they are in conflict with the law, they will always say that I'm overwhelmed, I'm overburdened. We are all overburdened, but I think monitoring, those that are in monitoring, if they could enforce and see to it that there are precautions or there are measurements that are taken against any official that is actually conducting unethical jobs. Because we cannot run away from the fact, colleagues, that our colleagues are very laid back down there. And they are the ones that make the existing policies seem as if they are ineffective. Because if you're going to have, Madam Chair, just one or two scenarios, recently with this new Child Protection Act that is effective, on the 7th of March, I sent a Form 22, which was referred by the principal that trust our organization. I sent it and I was told that the social worker of the area is not in the area. So I can take the supervisor's number and then I asked to leave all the documents that I have. Mind you, Your Honor, with the challenges that they've said that there's a lot of hijacking and what's not. We know, and that is actually a South African crisis, criminal activities. It's actually South African process. So what we do is Ilitala Bantu, we go and do the investigation for them, because we are not conducting statutory. We know they are solely responsible for the statutory. So we go and gather all the information for them, and then we take it by silver plate to them. But my colleagues will deliberately neglect that work. As I was saying, on the 7th of March, I went there because there was a 12-year-old that has been alone all by himself. So he was not attending in school, and there were accusations that is now being introduced to drugs by the gangs within the area. We went and we saw him, and he was very high. He ran away. We referred the case with the Form 22. That was on the 7th of March. Later that week, I emailed to the supervisor requesting a feedback on the case, because I knew the principal is on my case, wanting to know how far with the case. There was no response. She was CC'd into the case, the social worker involved, and then she didn't reply. Later in June, I am requesting a feedback. She is now sidelining me from the people that I've actually included in the email to say that, can I please resend the documents? Because she seems as if she has lost the documents. I am a social worker. I don't feel very well when they speak ill of the social workers, because it also taints my profession. Whenever I go into the public and I stand there as a social worker, that I know I do my job, but I know that I will have to first shield for the other failures of other social workers. I feel like if you do whatever that you do with passion, if you do everything that you do with passion, it's very different from someone that would just sit there and say there are no resources. We are now at benchmark in Danun due to the lack of service of social workers. We are still building the trust with the community of Danun to the social work services, to the social workers, before we can even render the services, because they've lost trust in our profession. And I am pleading with the department because I don't know whether the Department of Social Development is aware that they are the umbrella of all the departments. Whether the issue is not social work related, but if the people out there, they are in trouble, the first person they contact is the social worker. And it is very difficult to be passionate and fire in your own organization, and you know that the person that you'll be referring the case to will definitely come back to you, and the clients will come back and say that it was there and still they didn't do anything. I have a 19-year-old just gave birth. The mother is refusing to apply for EID. I've spoken with DHA. The case went to the social workers. Apparently, it was already within the department system. When they got there, the mother is like, take me to Bosmo, I'm ready. At least now I'll know why my child hates me. Throughout the years, I didn't know. I will not gonna give her that ID. That child needs to write for grade 12. That child here is a baby. That baby is not registered within the system. And my colleague had an audacity to say to the child in front of the mother, go back home, humble yourself, and apologize to your mother. This is the person that I was going to threaten the mother with within the department, because I know she's got all the power. And now she's telling the child, and the child is back to square one. Yes, we will definitely, because we're consulting our legal department, we will hold that mother accountable. But the way that our colleagues are actually conducting the service, it's actually, so I'm pleading with the department. I don't know whether it's because they have a union or what, I don't know. But I feel like there must be some corrective measures that are given to unethical behaviors, because as we can see, even with the Commission of the Children, if you look at the nature of complaints are still in existence even today. And I meant to ask if are there any successful cases in your investigations that you have done with regards to this? You know, when it comes to these investigations. Yes, we are all overwhelmed. I started with a Little Abantu 2022, but I'm currently sitting at 1,300 cases alone, not as an organization, alone as a social worker. But I'm proud to say the communities that I've assisted throughout, they can still say, Annalisa, this is my case. So I feel like irrespective of what is happening, support, passion for what we are doing, instead of bringing out challenges. We've been robbed at Little Abantu at gunpoint. We didn't stop working. Instead, the management, if it lies with the management, I don't know. But instead, the management made sure that each and every person within the organization has a pepper spray. Each and every person within the organization has a panic button, a personal panic button that is assigned to themselves. So honestly speaking, and the last one, sorry, DSD, can you please see to it that you go to the ground? When you do your profiling, your community profiling, your district profiling, can you say to it that you go to the ground and you look at the services that are there within the organizations, irrespective of whether they are deregistered or they're still registered, and see if what is it that they are doing? Because right now, some of the challenges that you are addressing here and you are looking at ways to address it, we are actually addressing it in that community. Because when it comes to parent positive, we have positive parenting, which we invite DSD clients and they hardly pitch. We have family enrichment programs because we see that now there's no unity within families. We are addressing out through family enrichment programs. We can invite, like Department of Education is inviting us to do positive parenting within their parents. It's inviting us to train the educators when it comes to how handling trauma and basic counseling, because they themselves, they are overwhelmed and they are re-victimizing these children within the school. So to address such issues, it's something that we are doing. And unfortunately, we have never been funded in this field that we are talking about by the department, but still we are doing 35 years of services. We are strong, we are trusted, and we know that we deliver, unfortunately. So we've got those things. We've got, right now, the schools are closing. Our outreach department is busy within the libraries. We are doing out school programming programs. We are making sure that in this period that the schools are closed, children are busy from 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock. They are there doing different games as per age restriction. So I think if we are saying we are collaborating, we are coming together to make sure that our children are safe, it's very imperative that before adding to the existing working policies that we have, Can we start from the ground? See what is happening, so that whatever that we build from what is existing. Because I'm sitting here, I'm frustrated. I don't want to change the mood. It's very nice, the mood of the chambers. But I'm feeling to myself, what is it that we've been doing as the department? Because for me, this is the daily life. Everything that we said we are doing, it's actually a daily activity for me. It is something that is within my blood. If I'm working, if they say I'm going to go to Danun, I need to know who is the sub of that area, who is the nurse in that area, which teacher, which school is having influence, which member of that. It's something that I do each and every time I enter. I don't know Danun, but I need to know the gatekeepers of Danun. So I think before we can move forward, drafting these beautiful programs that have always been beautiful ever since in existence, but can we see to it that we tackle from the ground? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your input. I'm going to ask the Commissioner, can you proceed with your question?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Mine is very short. It's just about enabling documents to say what steps have been taken by the department to ensure that those children that do not have enabling documents, it doesn't matter what their circumstances are, whether they're orphans or they're not, but what are they doing in ensuring that same is realized, just that right, because it is a right that is enshrined in the Constitution to have identification. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm giving over to the HOD.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. So I think the question on services for children with disability and disability-friendly services, I'll ask maybe Mr. Jordan to speak a bit about that, since disability services fall under his portfolio as well.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be very short with Jabbar. If you look at the Children's Act, it looks at any child that needs services. The fact that children are disabled should not exclude them from receiving any services. So our department, when we do approach any child that needs services, no matter if they're disabled or abled, services will be rendered to them. I think what Jabbar is maybe talking about, there is specific needs that we need to address. For example, how do we deal with a deaf child compared to a child that's only physically disabled? How do we deal with children, which she hasn't mentioned, children with intellectual disabilities, which is a total different other disability? So yes, there is NGOs that specialize in that. Yes, our department have our own center for children with intellectual disabilities that we manage ourselves. But I would then rather propose that Jabbar, as a friend of the department, reach out to us as a department and come with proposals on dealing specifically with children with deaf disabilities, to see how we can look at specific programs. It should be a two-way street. We can't come up with all these plans. We don't have necessarily all the skills. We don't. We only have so much skills as a department. But Jabbar's organization, which we fund, is highly skilled in dealing with any matters of hearing. So maybe they can come and make a few proposals to us. Thanks.
Mr. Jordan. The question from Daniel Peter, preventative programs. We do fund preventative programs, but some of them are also driven through voluntarism. And the Eye on the Child program was one of those types of programs. The GBV Ambassadors program also, we're starting to see now community networks that really assist. I think one of the other speakers also mentioned the need to get on the ground and engage your stakeholders, and I think where some of the best practices exist, for example in Delft, we've got some excellent networks that have been developing with the community, with all the stakeholders, the schools, the police, the churches, the NGO sector, community policing forum, the neighborhood watch. All of those different role players have come together, and they all know each other and they're working together. It's a very effective model. I think the the preventative programs have suffered because of the budget contracting and the funds having to be focused on the services that social development must render. So you've got your services that you must render. If you don't render them, then as a department, you're in breach of your constitutional and legal obligations, and very quickly the courts will be approached and we will be ordered to render those services. We have to protect those services, and unfortunately preventative services then suffer. And that is unfortunately a short-term solution, but a long-term problem, because if we don't have preventative services, then it can mean more cases coming into the more expensive downstream solutions, the more expensive reactive services. So we are now trying to move back towards having more preventative programs again. I think also, look, COVID did put a spanner in the works for preventative programs because a lot of the large engagements had to hold off and we lost momentum. There's no doubt about that. But we are beginning to see that as things improve again. Also, the Treasury has been welcoming us putting in proposals for evidence-based preventative programs like the evidence-based parenting programs and so on. And that's not always a program that is done only where there is already a risk. We're trying to bring in people who fit the category of potentially at risk, but are not necessarily experiencing serious problems yet. So it's still preventative in that sense. We know which areas are where we're getting a lot of cases. And so those are the areas that get targeted with these type of programs, where we do try to see if we can prevent more cases occurring. But it is always difficult to sell preventative programs because you've got to have evidence that supports their efficacy. And in all honesty, there are sometimes a lot of so-called preventative initiatives that are not necessarily having much impact. It's quite easy to put a few million rands into an advertising campaign or into billboards that don't necessarily have a lot of impact. And I think the thing is that we have to pick and choose carefully so that we can market these to the Treasury. I think also the other thing which we didn't mention was that we have now established the Cape Care Fund, which is a fund where we're trying to attract corporate donors to start supporting the NGO sector where we can't, and directing them towards good initiatives that have a real impact on the ground. So hopefully we'll get some additional funds to supplement what we are providing. And then I think that, there's a lot of money in the system. There's a lot of money coming from donors to all kinds of advocacy work and things in the child protection sector. I think the main thing is to try to get everyone on the same page. And I think the Child Protection Forum is starting to do that and to start to make sure that we get resources where they're needed most, not always where they're most visible, because that is the tendency with corporate funding, is it tends to be pulled in the direction of what is most visible, but sometimes there's a much greater need in particularly, for example, in rural areas and so on, where this stuff is really needed. So yeah, we do agree the preventative programs are crucial. The comment from the chair of the Mitchells Plain CPF around keeping mothers with their children, I think we've started to see that practice in the GBV space already, where some of the GBV shelters are now providing for children to go in with their mothers, and also providing drug treatment as well. So like an integrated service where drug treatment, GBV support, and child care is available, so that the mother doesn't have to be taken away from the child, or vice versa. And I think that model might prove to be quite a good model. We'll see how it goes, because it's only in a few places at the moment, but we'll see if it's producing good results. It might be something that we'd scale up, because that kind of integrated approach, I think, there's a lot to be said for it. So yeah, it's a recommendation that makes a lot of sense. And as I say, we are trying it, and we'll see how it goes. And we'll do some research on the impact, and then if it does make sense, then we can present that to Treasury and get more funds for it, because if we can show it produces results, then there's a good chance we can get it funded. The question about yes, the caseloads, I think that and the need to be on the ground, I think that was more of a comment than a question, but I think we generally do agree. I think the caseloads, there's caseloads and then there's caseloads, because like sometimes we find there are social workers who are sitting with caseloads just because they haven't closed certain cases, and it's actually not really major cases. It's just cases that are kind of one contact kind of cases, or things that were not that tricky. And we've been trying to clean up those caseloads and get with the introduction of the electronic case management through SWIMS, we're beginning now to clean up some of those cases that were just dead wood in the system, which weren't actually needing further intervention. The thing that makes caseloads heavy for the child protection social workers in particular is when there's a lot of court work involved, and then they have to spend a lot of time sitting, waiting at court, presenting court documents when they've got to go to Home Affairs to get ID, birth certificates for the children, when they've got to run around looking for parents, or trying to find foster placements, or foster placements are breaking down and then they've got to find a new placement. Those cases become quite onerous, and then and so it's difficult just to judge on caseloads alone. Is not always that is not always the best measure of workload. But I agree that there are cases where people hide behind their caseload and then they try and avoid taking on and doing what they should be doing. And then there's other cases where people are suffering in silence, and we have disastrous outcomes. We've had cases before in the past where there was an NGO that where a child died, and the social worker, we investigated what was going on with the social worker involved, and turned out the social worker had over 300 cases, which were all active child protection matters, and no one had really raised the alarm about that, but it was a disaster waiting to happen. So I think the importance of being able to track cases and caseloads can't be overstated to avoid disastrous results. And there we will then we start to pick up where there's people who are under utilized, where there's social workers who have less work than they should have, and make sure that they are also then fully utilized and that they're doing their fair share of work. But it's a very important thing that we get accurate caseload data. I think then the last question from the Human Rights Commissioner around what does DSD do to assist with documentation. We have, as mentioned by Ms. van den Berg at the session on Friday, there is a forum between social development and Home Affairs where we share information on the children that we need documentation for, and then they try and help us with that. They've got a backlog of it's a lot. I'm not sure. 500 outstanding birth certificates in this province. I think it's down to 400 now or something. But there's a backlog in this province of children without birth certificates who need birth certificates. So we're working on them to try and working with them to try and bring that down as quickly as we can. And we're getting. I think the relationship is getting better and better. And we are seeing cooperation between the departments. So, we continue with that. I think also the schools sometimes also education department picks up cases too, and they also work with Home Affairs then to get those documents for the children so they can get what they need to and they can write their matric exams and so forth. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, HOD, honourable members and our guests. We are running on our reserves as we speak, but I do want to ask the members' indulgence. We'll be having a session tomorrow morning from 8 until 10, God willing, and any other questions that members do have together with their resolutions and recommendations, we list them and we forward them to the relevant departments or entities. So I'm opening the floor now for any stakeholder that still have a burning question or a comment that they would like to make. I see your comment, Member Kasim. We're not going to, as members, further engage. We're going to put our questions in writing to the relevant departments. we need to give the stakeholders also an opportunity since they are not that regularly engaged with the department and the various entities. Ma'am, I'm recognizing you, the lady at the back, and then Dr. Wessels.
Honorable Chair and members, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. We are trying to explore possibility of further opening opportunities for all kinds of civil society that are doing child protection work, but are not rendering statutory, you know, tasks, but like removing. When there is no other place, there is no other person to attend to the clients, be it children and their parents, then how can we get more organizations to get those powers to remove to places of safety in dire situations? I'm from Ilita Labantu.
Thank you so much. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. This question is for the Education Department regarding the wellness hubs. I just wanted to know, will all schools be getting the wellness hubs, and how will it go? And just yeah. And one last question to the Department of Social Development. I just needed to know, like, I have an issue with regarding sending out Form 22s, where you find that some social workers go in there and state that, okay, and give names and breach confidentiality, then who sent the Form 22. And I'm from the Life Matters Foundation. For example, we work in Lavender Hill, Capricorn side, which is very dangerous. And you've mentioned safety. So what does social development then do to ensure our safety, as well as social workers working in schools and just other individuals in schools? Because we have to, for example, send Form 22s when we see that there's a need, and when children come and report these cases. I just wanted to know, then, what does social development do to ensure our safety when social workers breach confidentiality? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wessels.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just a comment, and it's to all of the departments and even stakeholders here. We've really been talking about child protection over the last 2 days, and not once has any department mentioned caring for the carer. So I do think that it is important. In fact, it's more than just important that staff and people within the various departments are cared for. So I know that everybody has, except some of the MPOs, but definitely the government departments have employee wellness, but something needs to be built in. You cannot care for kids or do the work that we are doing without caring for yourselves. And this is what we see. So I'm talking as a clinician now. So I see this with other medical staff, with nurses, teachers, social workers. So I think as part of our plan, or what the recommendations will be, I do want to challenge the House that we have something, that we state something where it's almost mandatory that especially those who are working on the ground have debriefings and they know how to take care of their own personal self before they can take care of others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm giving over to the HOD.
Thank you, Chair. The question about opportunities for NGOs who are not doing statutory child protection work, I'll ask Mr. Jordan maybe just to speak to that. The question from the representative of Alita Labantu about.
Yeah, it has happened, unfortunately, with statutory services because of the compliance issues with the Act and the courts, that we've given a lot of attention to that specifically when it comes to funding. I think that is one of the issues that has happened where funding has become a necessity for DCPOs who needs to be compliant by the court and not having enough social workers themselves because they had a very high turnover. And you should know as an organization, there is a very high turnover of social workers. The latest is a lot of our social workers are immigrating right now as we speak. They're not interested to work in South Africa anymore. So there's a lot going out of the country. When it comes to early intervention work, that is for me a vital part of rendering any services to a child and to a family. It's sometimes, well, we all talk about it. If you do preventative and early intervention work, it should prevent children going deeper into the system. It should. So when it comes to even call for proposals, when we do fund organizations according to criteria, due to the lack of budgets, we unfortunately do prioritize statutory services when it gets to that funding and not necessarily preventative and early intervention work. Saying that, there's quite a few organizations that we do fund that renders only preventative and intervention work. Quite a few. I can't mention names now. Obviously, I do have them names in my head, but I can't. I don't want to expose another NGO. But there's quite a few. I can say to you, there's over 65 of them that we fund that renders exclusively preventative and early intervention services. It is the job of even your statutory social workers, even when they remove a child. Part of any social work is on 3 levels: individual counseling, group counseling, and community. So even if you do even let's like, and I'm sure, oh, Penny's gone now, but Penny wouldn't mind that I mention her. Let's use Cape Town Child Welfare. Even if they do removals, they would still do early intervention work as well within that family if there's other issues. So they do additional work, which should not be additional work, but for social workers nowadays, it is additional work because of the workloads that the HUD talked about, the workloads that you've mentioned. Yeah. So I think we should approach looking at preventative and early intervention work. How can we assist other NGOs that's not part of the system? The other thing, however, and that's my last thought, that concerns me, I see a lot of NGOs flying here by night, and they're not even cleared against the Child Protection Register. There's organizations out there, because it's so easy to register an NGO, every second person can do it. You see people mastering up, rendering service to children, and not even cleared against the system. And it's for us, that takes us extra time to go and close them down. So yeah, I hope I've answered your question. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Then the other question was, I think the first part was directed at education, if I understand correctly. So, but yeah, I don't know if you want to, if you can speak to that, or if the chair is happy with education.
Chair, can I come in there?
Yes, please do.
Thank you very much, Chair. The wellness hubs for now starting to wellness hubs per district. So each district will have 2 wellness hubs. The coordination of the services will be coordinated by the circuit-based support team as well as the school-based support team. The wellness hubs are structured or situated in schools and in such a way that it is in the areas where on communities with the highest prioritized needs. So therefore, looking at placing them where immediately the greatest need is. The other thing is linking it to that whole community-based support services that I mentioned earlier as well, so that we can make sure. So unfortunately, budget doesn't allow it to have it in all 1,500 schools, and therefore we have to structure it in such a way through coordinated functions, making sure that the circuit-based support teams, school-based support teams, coordinated in such a way that all of the schools in the specific districts can have benefit to it. But there is definite plans through the MTF cycle to roll out in more. But the important thing is prioritized need, coordinated support. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Actually.
Thank you, Chair. I think also the question about protecting social workers and that goes to the caring for carers that Dr. Wessels also raised is, there's a lot of measures that we've put in place in social development to try and make things safer for social workers. I think it's a general safety issue for social workers across the board. We've had a lot of hijackings. We've had to put in panic buttons and take branding off vehicles, change the number plates, change the vehicle models. We're busy with that now, as well as putting in metal detectors, X-ray machines at offices and so on. But also this issue of social workers being threatened when they deal with reports of or when they act on reports of matters. It's the communities are close knit, and sometimes there's gangsters involved, and they threaten the social workers and so on. So there's a lot of risk for our social workers in DSD and in education and in the NGO sector. And sometimes we find that, if you've got a high risk situation, you need to intervene and there's a real risk to a social worker in that particular area, then it can be escalated to the management. We can arrange for a social worker from a different area to come into that area, like we've done before, someone who's unknown in that area to intervene and assist, so that the gangsters can't then track them down, or whoever wants to harm them, contract them down there from a different area. That's generally the approach that we apply if there's a risk around that sort of thing. I hope I've answered the question. But I think caring for the carers generally, apart from the security measures, we've got the employee wellness programs and the service providers there, which provide psychological services for trauma and so on for social workers, and that's applicable for all government departments. I worry a lot about the NGOs because they don't have that system in place. But equally, the social work system is designed that supervisors should provide debriefing and support to the social workers under their supervision. The problem we're sitting with now is a lot of the time, especially in government, the supervisors are seized with heavy administrative burden. In the NGO sector, we're picking up that supervisors have way too many social workers reporting to them. In government, we've tried to keep the ratio 1:6, which is the national norm. But there's sometimes, in government even, it goes 1:8, 1:12 even. Some of the NGOs are sitting with 1:20. It's become really bad. So that is a concern for us as well, because it affects the quality of the social work, but it also affects the time that the supervisors have to supervise and provide debriefing and support to their supervisees, and that does erode the quality of social work services. So that is an area that needs attention in terms of resourcing.
Thank you very much, Dr. McDonald. I see online Ms. Brains.
Hi, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for everybody else. Sorry that I couldn't make it in person, but I'm really glad that there's this opportunity for us to be online. I just wanted to, I think our presentation was like right in the beginning of quite a bit of what we've discussed so far. And in looking back now, I think there are quite a few links that I could make where I'm seeing how what we are doing at the moment and the findings we are having can directly help with a lot of the policy and service provision gaps. In the social development presentation, there's lots on shortage of services, shortage of staff, high caseloads, fundings for catering, etc. And we've based a lot of our discussions so far in the Department of Health. And although we have had discussions with Dr. McDonald and Ms. Van Rienen and Mr. Jordan, I would like to maybe put in writing in a 1-pager or 2-pager just some of these thoughts on how potentially these digital solutions could answer some of these gaps. And yeah, just wanting to know if that's possible. I don't want to do it in wording right now because I think everybody's exhausted and tired and wants to go home. If it's possible, if I pop an email that can be distributed either maybe by the end of the day, or if it's not necessary by tomorrow morning's discussion, if you can provide us with a plausible date, please.
Thank you very much. Dr. McDonald, are you responding?
Do you want to take that one, Charles?
I think anything can be given to us. If there's going to be any proposals, we're open for that, where we can improve in the system. So by all means, if that stuff can be sent to us, we're open for it. Thanks.
Thank you very much,
Sorry.
Ms. Brains.
I'm so sorry. I actually meant to ask about information to the standing committee themselves as well, like for this discussion. Does it need to be in by tomorrow?
Indeed, so we
Okay,
will
thank you.
still, if there's an extension on any information to be provided, we will communicate as such through our procedural officer.
Okay, thanks. I'll make sure that it's with Nomonde by the end of day today.
Thank you very
Tomorrow morning.
much, Ms.
Thank you
Brains.
very much, everybody.
Thank you. Honorable members, I think this concludes our session for today. I do want to give the brigadier at the back an opportunity, sir. I think 2 to 5 minutes will suffice. You were here on Friday as well, and you took out the time to be with this committee and stakeholders today as well. I'm sure you've grasped the input from members as well as the various stakeholders, and I think it's quite a bit unfortunate that we couldn't engage the other departments in the same manner that we've engaged social development. And I'm sure there's members online that even have follow-up questions for the Department of Social Development as well. But we never anticipated, I think, when we scheduled in terms of the time, that there would be so much interest. It just comes to see that more time and effort is needed when it comes to child protection in the Western Cape. But that is also one of the matters that the committee will discuss tomorrow morning in terms of a way forward. So, sir, if you can kindly perhaps just give input, we will really appreciate that.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Indeed, I'm very grateful to be part of this session because us as FCS, as SAPS, we cannot fight this case alone. We really need a team of honorable members that are around here, especially when we have to go for awareness campaigns to the communities, because you are facing with questions sometimes that you could not answer. So I would love that maybe in future that there can be an organized awareness campaign where all the stakeholders are involved. Secondly, I've taken note of the presentation of social development, Mr. Kwakwini, and I completely agree with you when you're saying that there is a rise in terms of child abuse and neglect. We are receiving a lot of cases, and which, when we look at them, some of them is because of custody battle. Some of them is because of drugs and liquor within the parents that made us now to the kids to be involved. But most of it's also unsupervised children, which led the children, the kids, to be abused, to be a target of the perpetrators, which led to the minor kids to be reported as missing. So that is what we are facing with, especially the issue of missing children. Because when there is a missing child, everything stops. We have to focus on that. But when you look at it, you'll find out that this is just a negligence of the mother or of the parents that were maybe at the shibin, if I can call it, leaving the children alone. So I've taken note of that, but we are going also to engage further and to see how we can mitigate some of the stuff. Mrs. Newport, I've taken note of the issue of FCS, of the delay. Sometimes, yes, I understand because of Stellenbosch FCS, of the area that is big and the stations that they are serving, but that is not an excuse. But we will engage just to see as to how can we. But as we have engaged, as I have engaged with you, you're more than welcome to email me when there is any problem at any time, or call me. Thank you so much. I think there was also an issue of gangs, children that are involved in the gangs. It is true. It is true that the gangs are recruiting the poorest. They are targeting them by providing them with money with food, with clothes, buying them expensive turkeys so that they can be runners, especially these these kids, these children that are drop out of school, that are on the streets. So I should think that if maybe something can be done, at least maybe it can minimize the children being involved, because they are being recruited from a very young age, and it's a problem. There was a mention of an increased share at schools. It is indeed. Yes, we are doing awareness campaigns at schools where we are telling the kids what to do. This is a crime. This is not supposed to be done in terms of sexual offenses. We see that there's a lot of report, and it's true that it is amongst other children. So especially sexual assaults that we are receiving. So we are investigating it, but we are quite happy that they are coming forward, because that is our aim, that they must come forward so that we can sort the problem. Because the moment they keep it to them, the perpetrators will continue to do what they are doing. And then the issue of that we've noticed, this issue of children having access to cell phones, it's a big problem. That is another thing that caused these sexual assaults at school, and then you'll find out that there is this child pornography. That is, but we are engaging. We will continue to do talks at school and awareness campaigns. But also, we would love that at least the parents must be able to access the children's phone at any given time. That I think, Chair, just to summarize, is that I've taken note of the Department of Health. You've mentioned, ma'am, that we need to improve on criminal investigation. I've taken note of that, to attend the post-mortems, to improve the communication with pathologists, and to collect exhibits. I will engage with my colleagues and my principals. Every input, Chair, that has been said here, I will engage it with my principals to see how we better the working situation. With those words, thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Brigadier. May I ask that there's a power bank left for someone? Is the person still here that needs to receive it? Doesn't seem like it. Thank you very much. I'll leave that with our procedural officer then. Honorable members, all our esteemed guests, all departments, HOD, Dr. McDonald, thank you so much for your time, your effort. Mr. Charles Jordan, thank you much for your valuable input as well. Please thank the Minister on our behalf as well. It's been very much the Day for Social Development, Health and Wellness. Thank you so much for being here on Friday and returning today. We do appreciate. As I said, it's unfortunate that we cannot engage now in the same manner as with social development, but we will structure our questions. Members have already asked to do so. Direct them to you, and if need be, even invite you back. So that is one of the proposals or options that the committee will also be considering tomorrow morning. Mr. Dupree, Education, thank you so much for your time as well. Also returning today from Friday. We will also conduct our questions in the same manner to you as well. Dr. Wessels, it was an absolute pleasure to meet you as well and have you here. And I'm sure this is not the last of us engaging with each other. Mr. of the Children's Commissioner, I'm sure there was quite a bit of questions. And normally people would take to the media and ask what is the role and the mandate of the Office of the Children's Commissioner. You were very extensive in your presentation today. Thank you very much. But I'm sure there is also going to be follow-up questions coming your side. Ms. Nieuwoud, all the way, thank you so much for always being prepared to engage with this committee. We will also further engage with you as well. I've said thank you to the Brigadier, the Human Rights Commission. Thank you so much. I especially had quite a few questions for you, but we will direct them, and also in terms of other matters that this committee has dealt with, of which we directed, and unfortunately I haven't received response, but now we've got the direct link to you, and in order to do so, thank you so much to you and your colleagues for your time and your efforts for being here today. Ma'am, thank you so much to the ladies next to you for your valuable input as well, and everyone attending and showing interest. Ms. Brains, to you for also attending again today. All honorable members that are actually in constituency period and supposed to work in their constituencies agreed to have the 2 days to talk to the specific issue. So I anticipate also we've got a scheduled meeting 8 to 10 tomorrow morning, but I anticipate we will again run well over our time because I think there's still so much that we need to iron out as the committee, but it's always a very pleasant experience to work with like-minded individuals that only has got the best interest of the people of this province at heart. So I'm not going to say goodbye. I'm going to say until we see each other again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May you have a safe journey and blessings in abundance to all of you in your various tasks. Thank you so much. The meeting is adjourned.